Chapter 47:21. The deep-sea dragon realm martial artists were surprised and furious. 3 of them were killed in an instant, and 3 of them were second-level divine body realm martial artists. Their cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, but in front of Ling Xiao, they were toyed with like 3-year-old children. The deep-sea dragon realm martial artists even suspected that Ling Xiao was suppressed on purpose at the beginning. The Desert Holy City martial artists were completely convinced by Ling Xiao. The only time they saw Ling Xiao before was in that golden battle. Ling Xiao looked down on the crowd and got the ticket to Golden City. But Ling Xiao at that time was definitely not as strong as he was now. This cultivation speed and the speed of improvement of his strength were simply too heaven-defying. Originally, I had already forgotten about the deep-sea dragon realm. You can live in peace. It's a pity that you people really don't know what's good for you and insist on coming to die. Then I can only make a trip to the deep-sea dragon realm after killing you and completely uproot the deep-sea dragon realm, so that you will never be able to rise from the ashes. Ling Xiao stood there calmly with 2 swords in his hands, looking coldly at the king of East Sea and the others. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao was really too arrogant and crazy. Not only did he want to kill all these people in front of him, but he also wanted to uproot the entire deep-sea dragon realm. This was too crazy. The king of East Sea's gaze was extremely cold. If you were given some more time, you might really be able to massacre the deep-sea dragon realm. But today, I'm here, so you have no chance. The king of East Sea was determined to kill Ling Xiao. This guy was too scary. He must not be left alive. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Kill me? With just a bunch of trash like you? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. It's not that I look down on you, but there's no one here who can fight. Hearing this, the deep-sea dragon realm martial artists' lungs were about to explode. How could they tolerate this kid being so arrogant? They still wanted to save face. Boom. The violent aura of a 3rd-level divine body echelon cultivator suddenly erupted. An old man walked out of the formation. He didn't need a weapon either. His body was an indestructible weapon. He was an expert who specialized in cultivating his physical body. His physical body was as terrifying as an emperor weapon with 4 dragon inscriptions. Just by standing there, he was like a peerless treasure. This is an expert. I'm afraid that with the strength of my true body, it will be difficult for me to defeat him. But if I don't give it a try, I won't be happy. It was rare for him to meet such a good opponent, so he didn't want to waste it. If he used his sovereign physique, he would be able to kill his opponent with a single blow. That would be too boring. He wouldn't be able to gain anything from it. The Golden Dragon King has made his move. This Ling Xiao can no longer be so arrogant. When the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon field saw this old man make a move, their originally low morale rose again. The Golden Body Dragon King was second only to the King of the East Sea. Thwart Kung Fu was terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was very strong, he was definitely not a match for the Golden Body Dragon King. This time, they wanted to see how Ling Xiao could still be so arrogant. How could he be so proud? They wanted to vent and make Ling Xiao suffer. So many experts came today. If they couldn't even take down Ling Xiao alone, that would be too humiliating. Facing the Golden Body Dragon King, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate him at all. A martial artist of the 3rd-level divine body realm was not someone he could defeat with his true body at this stage. Although the Golden Body Dragon King was only considered a low-level martial artist in the 3rd-level divine body realm, but it was equally terrifying. The limit of Ling Xiao's true body now was a 2nd-level divine body realm martial artist. However, he planned to break through his limits in this battle. Thinking about it carefully, as long as he could bring out all his trump cards perfectly, he still had a 30% chance of winning. Kid, repent. This is what you get for underestimating the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon field. The Golden Body Dragon King suddenly charged toward Ling Xiao. He was good at physical strength, so his attacks were naturally good at close range. Ling Xiao's arms were covered with thick scales. He also charged out abruptly. 2 fists against 2 fists. They blasted together. Bang! Without any suspense, Ling Xiao was directly sent flying and crashed into the Desert Holy City's city wall. Fortunately, the city wall had a defensive array. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. Ling Xiao got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed into a blood arrow, blocking the golden-bodied dragon king who was about to finish him off. However, it was only a momentary block. His eyes were fierce as he took out the Void God sword and the Crimson Blood Demon sword. With a wild roar, he charged forward. This collision injured him quite badly, but he also increased the energy in his cultivation seed of 40% because of it. It was definitely worth it. However, he didn't dare to use his physical body to take it head-on anymore. He couldn't. He had to borrow the power of his Dharma treasure. Holding the Void God sword and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his hands, he also became extremely fierce. Kill. The Golden Body Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao with a cold smile, completely disdainful. Of the two swords in Ling Xiao's hands, one didn't have a dragon pattern. It was just one dragon pattern on each sword. In his eyes, it was completely beneath him. Dragon God's Ice Formation. The moment Ling Xiao got close to the Golden Body Dragon God's Ice Formation, he suddenly released the cold effect of the Dragon God's Ice Formation. Although the formation was always there, Ling Xiao could control the cold air to attack anyone at any time. The Golden Body Dragon King was already very careful. However, in the formation, no matter how careful he was, it was useless. Facing this strange cold, he still couldn't react in time. Ling Xiao stabbed down with both swords at the same time. He blasted the Golden Body Dragon King away. However, this old thing was really strong. As expected of a third-level Divine Body Realm martial artist, a simple stab couldn't pierce through his body. Although the other party's physical strength wasn't strong enough, a Divine Body Realm martial artist could activate their divine essence to strengthen their defense. Ling Xiao's attack this time only left a terrifying wound on the Golden Body Dragon King's body, but it wasn't enough to kill him. The Golden Body Dragon King, who crashed to the ground, counterattacked crazily. Once again, he attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a huge threat, and the potential in his body began to be released crazily. Vertical Golden Light Technique. He was originally in the Sun God's Blood Demon formation, so he could use the Vertical Golden Light Technique infinitely. The Golden Body Dragon King's attack landed in the air. It blasted directly to the ground. The violent fist force directly blasted a huge pit with a diameter of dozens of meters on the ground. That was close. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This was really King exciting. It felt different to fight with an expert. Attack together. The King of the East Sea waved his hand. Although the Golden Body Dragon King could suppress Ling Xiao, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, which made him very dissatisfied. So he sent out all the martial artists around him. They besieged Ling Xiao. Say, shameless. The martial artists of the desert holy city cursed in their hearts. However, they couldn't do anything. Their strength wasn't much, so they couldn't help at all. However, there wasn't the slightest fear on Ling Xiao's face. He suddenly took out a talisman. It was still the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman. There was only one chance left to use it. He might as well use it. In an instant, violent lightning struck. It blasted towards all the martial artists of the Deep Sea Dragon territory. End of this chapter. Chapter 4722. A first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the Raging Thunder Purgatory. They were instantly blasted into smithereens. That second-level Divine Body Realm martial artist managed to block it, but he also consumed a lot of energy. Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation. Mao God Nether Formation. He activated two formations at the same time. The Yellow Springs water instantly flooded an area of 1 mile. The second-level Divine Body Realm martial artist who was already seriously injured. He struggled to survive in this terrifying Yellow Springs water. He was completely corroded in a short time. Only two third-level Divine Body Realm martial artists were left. One was the Golden Dragon King, and the other was a man with 2 hammers who was extremely strong. Hooray! The martial artists of the holy city of the desert cheered excitedly. This was too shocking. Their celestial emperor was too strong. He actually destroyed the enemy just like that. It was simply amazing. Although they didn't dare to speak loudly, they still dared to talk in private. The King of the East Sea was also a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that having more people was a good thing. Now it seemed that not only was it not good, but he also sent those poor guys to their deaths. This was an extremely embarrassing thing. Facing two third-level divine body realm martial artists at the same time, Ling Xiao didn't have a chance to breathe at all, so he planned to kill one of them first. With the help of the Mao God Nether formation, he arrived behind the Golden Dragon King. He suddenly used Hell Shadow Strike and stabbed at the other party. But a third-level divine body realm martial artist wasn't that easy to kill. Ling Xiao's sword was actually blocked by the Golden Dragon King. This guy was really shrewd and experienced. Kill him. The Golden Dragon King grabbed Ling Xiao's two swords, and a terrifying aura restrained Ling Xiao. It seemed to be some kind of secret technique that could make Ling Xiao unable to move. At this time, he roared at the other third-level divine body realm martial artist who used two hammers. When Ling Xiao was trapped, the potential in his body was released even faster. In the blink of an eye, it reached 50%. However, the guy with the two hammers had already landed. Ling Xiao didn't want to die. Even if he had the ability to backtrack life, he would try not to expose it if he could. Nightmare moment. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the Hell Nightmare Beast Soul. The Golden Body Dragon King that was restraining him suddenly fell asleep, and the restraints on his body immediately loosened. Ling Xiao suddenly turned. The huge hammers smashed into the head of the Golden Dragon King. Tisk, TSK, TSK, how tragic. Ling Xiao saw something white and red flying out. He hurriedly dodged it. Dragon King. The dual hammers man never expected that the Golden Dragon King would be smashed to death by his hammer. He was Dragon King, he was he. You people are really interesting. I can't kill you. So you want to kill your own people to vent your hatred? It's hard to understand. Ling Xiao smiled. It's you. It's you. Dragon body god. The dual hammers man roared and smashed his hammers towards Ling Xiao. It strike. This person's strength was on par with the Golden Dragon King, and the hammers in his hands were clearly Emperor armaments with 4 dragon patterns. However, Ling Xiao was undaunted and directly went up to meet him. Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. The Crimson Blood Demon sword shot out a bright light, heading straight for the dual hammers man. Ridiculous. The dual hammers man easily swung his hammers and destroyed Ling Xiao's Beast God Swallowing Flash. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm was just that powerful. Let's see what other tricks you have. The man with twin hammers continued to pounce on Ling Xiao as a martial soul appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, it was also a fierce man with twin hammers. It seemed that this guy was a strength-type player through and through. It's about time. If we continue playing, it'll be troublesome. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy had already increased to 60%. The twin hammers man was too much of a threat to him, so the energy in his cultivation C was increasing crazily. But Ling Xiao couldn't play anymore. If this continued, he would really have to use life reversal. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The sovereign physique had already replaced his main body. The reverse god sword in his right hand pointed at the twin hammers man. Then, a sharp sword light shot out. God-defying art. The bright sword light pierced through the void. The man with twin hammers stood there motionless. The sword light had already pierced through his glabella. Too fast, too ruthless, too strong. Originally, King Dong Hai was already waiting to reap the fruits of victory. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? King Dong Hai was very angry. He came with great momentum. In the end, he was the only one left. How could this not make him angry? If he had known this would happen, he would have personally taken action from the beginning. That way, so many people wouldn't have died. Are you sure you can kill me if you took action from the beginning? Ling Xiao, who was standing there, laughed disdainfully. You're wrong. If you had attacked from the start, you would have been dead. If you had taken action from the beginning, it wouldn't have been them who died, but all of you. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. King Dong Hai shook his head and said, You just want to use such words to weaken my fighting spirit. This trick is useless against me. I miscalculated, so I have to avenge them. Don't worry, after I catch you, I will serve you well. I will definitely let you suffer the most painful torture in this world. In addition, I will also kill everyone in the 3,000 holy cities, especially your friends and family. I will let them know the consequences of offending the deep sea dragon domain. You really succeeded in making me angry. Today, you will go to hell to accompany the Dragon Emperor. When you get there, he will definitely tell you why you died. Ling Xiao looked at King Dong Hai contemptuously. When he killed the Dragon Emperor, he used the martial soul barrier, so the martial artists outside didn't know what happened. They didn't know how the Dragon Emperor died. They always thought that it was the Fire King who killed him. But in fact, the Dragon Emperor was indeed killed by Ling Xiao. King Dong Hai frowned. He didn't understand where Ling Xiao's confidence came from when facing him, a fourth-level divine body realm powerhouse. Was this guy bluffing? Or did he really have something else to rely on? He was also a little confused. No, I fell for his trick again. He deliberately made me confused so that he could find my flaws. King Dong Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. What a cunning kid. He almost fell for it. But although he thought so, King Dong Hai definitely didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Such a cunning fellow would be able to use any means in battle. Just like just now, Ling Xiao was clearly controlled by the Golden Dragon King. He was about to be smashed to death, but he suddenly broke free. It was really baffling. He didn't understand what happened at all. What? Are you afraid? Since you don't believe that I have the means to kill you, then just attack me. Then go ahead and attack. Could it be that a dignified martial artist at the 4th level of the divine body realm would be afraid of me? An 8th level core-shattering stage martial artist? Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can escape death like this. King Dong Hai suddenly released a terrifying aura. A giant beast appeared behind him. It looked like a shark, fierce and domineering. This should be his martial soul. There weren't many Sea Clan martial artists with martial souls. They paid more attention to bloodline power. This King Dong Hai was a little special. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 47-23. King Dong Hai's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The giant shark martial soul behind him was also roaring crazily. Feeling the other party's terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao's body glowed with a faint golden light. This was the unique color of the sovereign physique. The golden light enveloped Ling Xiao, and between heaven and earth, a vast and domineering aura grew crazily. At this moment, looking at Ling Xiao again, there was actually a kind of majesty and coldness of an emperor. What's going on? King Dong Hai frowned. Seeing the golden light on Ling Xiao's body, he had a very uncomfortable feeling. But at this moment, he knew that he couldn't let his imagination run wild. His hands kept condensing water elements, and between his hands, a huge shark formed entirely of water elements was formed. His body was also wrapped in the current. This current absorbed almost all the water elements in the air, and it was very terrifying. Around his body, monstrous waves would be set off. It was as if the sea had moved to the 3,000 holy city. The 4th level of the divine body realm is indeed powerful. I'm afraid it can directly kill my original body. Ling Xiao sighed. His Tai Chi, I could clearly determine the destructive power of the other party's attack. If it was his original body, he would definitely have to use life backtrack or rising from the ashes. But now, he was not his original body, but the sovereign physique. You're really pitiful. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Bullshit. King Dong Hai felt that he had been insulted. Ling Xiao actually said that he was pitiful. What was this for? Was he pitying him? Before you die, I'll let you see the real good stuff. Boom. In the next moment, Ling Xiao completely erupted the aura of the sovereign physique. King Dong Hai was dumbfounded. This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? He couldn't believe that this was real. Everything in front of him was like a dream. There's something more fun. Ling Xiao smiled. The demon sovereign physique and the divine physique were released. They respectively released the power of the 2nd level of the divine body realm. It deterred King Dong Hai. King Dong Hai was completely stunned. He suddenly put away the giant shark that had been condensed. He turned around and fled. Only a martial artist at his level would understand. What did the current Ling Xiao mean? Therefore, he didn't dare to face Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. He wanted to tell the people of the deep-sea dragon realm everything that had happened here so that they could escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, the end of the world would come. He looked indifferently at the king of Donghai in the distance. Just as they were about to disappear into the horizon, Ling Xiao raised the Void God's sword in his right hand. God-defying art. It was the same move, but the power displayed by the original body and the venerable sovereign body were completely different. Thousands of meters away, the king of the East Sea's body was directly split into two. In the blink of an eye, the Void God's sword had sucked him dry. He had become a dried corpse. If anyone divulges half a word of what happened here today within a year, they will be punished. Die. Ling Xiao spat out these words and flew away. He quickly disappeared into the horizon. The warriors of the desert holy city were still in a state of shock. Let's not talk about the previous battles. Ling Xiao's final strike that killed the king of the East Sea was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It turns out that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is already so powerful. He just doesn't want to reveal his strength. It's really too terrifying. Even though they were unwilling to submit in the past, these people didn't dare to do so now. After leaving the 3,000 holy city, Ling Xiao went straight to the deep-sea dragon realm. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to travel. He didn't rest at all and traveled at full speed. He finally arrived at the dragon city of the deep-sea dragon realm. Dragon City was the core of the deep-sea dragon realm. It was the same as the City of Gold in the Golden Sky region. Ling Xiao came here purely to destroy the deep-sea dragon realm, so he didn't want to expose his identity. He changed his appearance and appeared in the body of the venerable sovereign. Who is it? Ling Xiao's arrival caused the warriors of Dragon City to be nervous. The deep-sea dragon realm had lost the Dragon Emperor. The current Dragon Emperor's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the divine body realm. He was far inferior to the previous Dragon Emperor. His strength, which was weak to begin with, became even weaker now. Even so, they still had to provoke Ling Xiao. No one knew what they were thinking. You don't need to know, because Dragon City will no longer exist today. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the warriors in front of him indifferently. His eyes revealed a cold intent. The deep-sea dragon realm wanted to destroy the 3,000 holy city. When did they ever show any mercy? Therefore, he planned to destroy Dragon City, and he would not show any mercy. This was called giving them a taste of their own medicine. Whoosh! Ling Xiao's figure passed through those warriors who stopped him. He left without looking back, and those people all turned into corpses. Shriveled corpses. The Void God's sword had already reached the limit of breaking through and was about to enter the 4th level of the divine body realm. This was good news. Stepping into Dragon City, more warriors came over. They surrounded Ling Xiao. It wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't avoid them, but Ling Xiao did it deliberately. He didn't want to kill a certain person today. He wanted to completely destroy the entire Dragon City. Ling Xiao still didn't make a sound. Only the Void God's sword in his hand was constantly drinking blood. All of the martial artists blocking him were not his match at all. The feeling of fighting with the body of an emperor was really too good. Ling Xiao was even a little obsessed with this kind of battle. It was just that his mind was very clear. This kind of advantage was only temporary. If he wanted to truly become stronger, he had to raise the strength of his original body as soon as possible while the advantage still existed. Ling Xiao's figure continued to move forward, heading toward the core of Dragon City, the Dragon Palace. The West Sea King, North Sea King, South Sea King, and the current Dragon Emperor were all there. That was his ultimate goal. Everywhere he went, there was a bloody stench and an aura of death. No one could escape. As long as it was a warrior that Ling Xiao saw, none of them could escape this terrifying killing sword. Quickly report to the Dragon Emperor. The warriors finally realized how terrifying the person in front of them was. An aura of panic and anger spread throughout Dragon City. Before Ling Xiao arrived, his killing intent had already enveloped all the warriors. People gradually realized that Dragon City, and even the deep-sea dragon domain, might be ushering in an apocalypse. An apocalypse that was even more terrifying than the death of the Dragon Emperor. Dragon City was going to be destroyed by this person. Everywhere the blade passed, people died, walls collapsed, and everything was destroyed. Many divine body realm warriors rushed out of the Dragon Palace. These people were all recruited by the new Dragon Emperor to seek revenge. Unfortunately, it was useless for them to come out. That gray sword filled with the aura of death was like a ferocious beast that ate people. They couldn't block it at all. Their appearance was nothing more than a pile of corpses. The Dragon Emperor and the 3 Supreme Kings finally arrived. Unfortunately, they were too weak compared to the Supreme Kings of the Golden Sky Domain and the Eternal Emperor region. They weren't on the same level at all. Ling Xiao still couldn't live. He killed the West Sea King, who suddenly attacked with a sword. Then, he looked coldly at the Dragon Emperor. This person looked really similar to the previous Dragon Emperor. If he was obedient, he wouldn't have come to kill him. Unfortunately, people couldn't see through his own strength and just had to court death. Chapter 47-24. Friend, who exactly are you? Why did you kill the martial artists of the Deep Sea Dragon Domain for no reason? If there's anything wrong, we can sit down and discuss it. The Dragon Emperor also realized how terrifying this person in front of him was and actually admitted defeat. Now you're afraid? If you knew, you wouldn't have sent people to the 3,000 holy cities. When your father was still in power, he didn't dare to attack the Golden Heavens. You actually dared to attack. The Golden Heavens is really being underestimated. Ling Xiao sneered at the Dragon Emperor. You don't have to say those polite words. Attack. My purpose today is to destroy the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. There's no room for negotiation. You're looking down on the Deep Sea Dragon Domain too much. Hearing that the other party was a martial artist of the Golden Heavens, the Dragon Emperor knew that today's matter would probably not be settled peacefully. The only way was to kill the other party. So he activated his divine essence and released a terrifying aura. For a moment, the wind raged, and heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. Endless power rushed toward Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Since there was no way out, why should they be afraid? Seeing the Dragon Emperor attack, the remaining king of the South Sea and king of the North Sea also attacked. The remaining martial artists of Dragon City seemed to have found their backbone, and there was a strong, murderous intent in their eyes. No matter who this person was, he was too arrogant. He actually looked down on the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. That's right. If you guys don't attack, I really can't bear it. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The next moment, 1,000 meters of ice was frozen. In an instant, all the martial artists who rushed toward Ling Xiao were frozen. The extreme coldness directly froze many martial artists to death. Their attacks were all frozen. The dragon god's ice formation under the body of a venerable sovereign was simply too powerful. It was too terrifying. Even a third-level divine body realm martial artist. They were also frozen to death. Freeze kill. In an instant, there were only 3 people left on the scene. The Dragon Emperor and the 2 Supreme Kings. Ling Xiao pointed out lightly. A finger force broke through the air. The King of the South Sea was also killed. Deep Sea Storm Fist. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor broke free and waved his hands. Violent energy bloomed. They turned into a terrifying storm, trying to tear Ling Xiao apart. It's useless. Ling Xiao shook his head and punched out. The storm dissipated, but the fist force was still heading toward the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor, run! I'll stop him. The King of Beihai, the only one left, stood out at this time. You're very loyal. Unfortunately, I won't spare your life just because of your loyalty. Ling Xiao glanced at the Lord of Beihai indifferently. His left hand pointed out. It was the same void-shattering finger and the same escaping light. It pierced through the Lord of Beihai's forehead and shot toward the Dragon Emperor. The pitiful Lord of Beihai barely managed to block Ling Xiao for a second before dying tragically in his hands. I will kill you. The Dragon Emperor knew that he could not escape. He dodged Ling Xiao's finger force. His entire body transformed into a howling storm. For a time, Dragon City was wreaking havoc and the sky darkened. Ling Xiao looked at all of this indifferently. The Dragon God's ice array was activated again. The violent hurricane was gradually unable to move and was frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the Dragon Emperor was frozen. Fear flickered in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. Ling Xiao finally changed back to his original appearance. Don't you want to know who I am? I'll let you see. You're about to die anyway. You. Impossible. How is this possible? If the person who killed them was an expert from Golden City, he could still accept it. But what was going on? The person who attacked was actually Ling Xiao. He was about to break down. Got it. Then go to hell. The reverse god sword pierced through the ice layer and crazily absorbed the Dragon Emperor's blood essence. As the Dragon Emperor's body shriveled up, the reverse god sword finally broke through and reached the 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. If he released the Tao Dai, it would be a 4th level Divine Body Realm Tao Dai. This guy was Ling Xiao's other trump card. Beast God Sky-Devouring Flash, Greater Mastery, Reverse God Technique, Mastery, Reverse God Tao Dai, Divine Body Realm 4th level, Cultivation, Shattered Core Realm 8th level, 70% of the energy in the Cultivation C. This was Ling Xiao's result after this battle. His cultivation didn't break through, but the power of his 2 powerful attacks increased by at least 10 times. Now, the power of the single-word technique was no less than the introductory 2-word technique. The Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash became Ling Xiao's strongest martial skill. After turning Dragon City into ruins, Ling Xiao quietly left. When he arrived at Golden City, it was exactly 2 days later. This time, he was out for 4 whole days. Senior Fire Emperor, why are you waiting for me here? Before entering Golden City, Ling Xiao saw the Fire Emperor standing there. Beside the Fire Emperor, there were a few corpses that had been burned to bones. Ling Xiao understood with a glance. This Punishment Law King is really bold enough to actually want to intercept and kill me? Thank you, Senior. If I didn't come, you wouldn't have died. The reason why I'm waiting here is to tell you something troublesome. The Fire Emperor frowned. Senior, please speak. Ling Xiao said. Did you find those neutral martial artists and get them to vote for you? And you even gave them something? Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. You're silly. Those people definitely wouldn't dare to betray the punishment hall. Even if you tempted them with great gifts, they would only agree on the surface. At that time, they would definitely go back on their words and even announce that you gave them gifts. That would be troublesome. If you don't say this, it'll be an unspoken rule. If you say it, the punishment hall will definitely have a reason to eliminate you. You won't even have the qualifications to participate. The Fire Emperor was a little disappointed. Hee, am I that stupid? Ling Xiao laughed. The Fire Emperor was stunned. Did you already know that this would happen? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Who am I? To be arrogant. I'm afraid that Senior isn't as knowledgeable as I am. You've always lived in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As for me, I came all the way from the Heavenly Dragon continent. What kind of rotten things have I not seen before? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm afraid it's useless for them to go back on their words. You made me nervous for nothing. The Fire Emperor let out a breath. He knew that since Ling Xiao said it was fine, it would definitely be fine. This time, the Penal Law King encountered such a cunning little thing. He was afraid that he would suffer a setback. Tomorrow is the assessment, right? Hurry up and go back. I still want to have a good sleep. I'm tired these few days. Ling Xiao stretched and flew in the direction of the Fire Emperor Palace. Early the next morning, it was the beginning of the very important event in the Golden City. The first round of the Golden Sovereign selection began. Early in the morning, many martial artists were already waiting there. Everyone wanted to know who would be the Golden Sovereign this time. Even if there were no supporters, they still wanted to watch the show. Seeing Ling Xiao appear with a happy face, the Punishment King sneered, You won't be able to laugh later. I'll make you scram in the first round. Even if you're as cunning as a fox, if you can't participate in the later rounds, how are you going to be the Golden Sovereign? Chapter 47-25. Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Jinding before turning to look at Yang Fan, who was standing behind Huang Jinding. This Yang Fan had always made him feel extremely pressured. He was definitely not an ordinary person. The Golden Sovereign's test was held in the Golden City's plaza. Most people were qualified to watch the test. However, ordinary warriors would not be able to get close to it. Other than the 100 judges, there were the higher-ups and the 6 candidates in the center of the plaza. It had to be said that today's Grand Plaza was truly a gathering of heroes. The 4 supreme martial artists were here. There was no lack of martial artists at the 4th and 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm. They had no choice but to come. After all, the Golden Sovereign was related to the future of the Golden City and the entire Golden Sky region. The current Golden Sovereign was very old. He could pass away at any time. Therefore, the current Golden Sovereign was very likely to be the successor. It was important. They had to pay attention to it. The first round tested the popularity of the candidates. As a leader, it would be very awkward if no one supported him. Generally speaking, the candidates who won the first round would have a 90% chance of becoming the Golden Sovereign. This had happened before. After all, the strength and wisdom of the candidates were usually on par. The difference between the last 2 rounds would not be too big. Therefore, the first round was very important. This was why Ling Xiao in the Punishment Hall placed so much importance on this round. Young man, even if you don't get a high score in this round, you have to persevere. Don't be discouraged. Try to get more points later. At this moment, the Flower King walked to Ling Xiao and said with concern. Ling Xiao stood up and nodded. He did not say anything. From the Flower King's tone, he could tell that the Flower King did not have much confidence in his results. After all, he did not have any foundation in the Golden City. Moreover, he had offended the Punishment Hall. Many warriors would not dare to openly support him. However, this round of voting was open. It was normal to lose. Just listen to the discussions around him. Although I admire Ling Xiao, I'm afraid he will make a fool of himself in this round. Offending the Punishment Hall will not end well. Yes, and many people are jealous of him for meeting Dizun twice. Maybe they won't vote for him because of this. What a pity. I really hope that he could win and slap the Punishment Hall's face. Those fellows from the Punishment Hall are too overbearing. I've had enough of them. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die? If you want to support them, you should support them secretly. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Sigh. The Punishment Hall covers the sky with one hand. Our Golden City will never be able to rise again. No matter how angry you are, today's result is already very obvious. Huang Jinyu, the king of many treasures, definitely got the most votes, followed by Valkyrie Yang Shuyi, Thunder Sword Raymond, and Little Fire God Bailey Shiwu. The Undying King and Ling Xiao are probably the weakest. That's probably it. Although the voting had yet to begin, people had already made their own judgments. Even those who supported Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to win this round. Moreover, he would lose miserably. Just like the Undying King, he was just a bystander. It seems that no one is optimistic about you. Those from the Punishment Hall are even more outspoken. They criticize you in speech and in writing. Can you still bear it? The Flame Emperor asked with a smile. Bear it? Hee hee. I'm worried that they won't be able to bear the final result. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. You brat. Then I'll wait for a good show. The Flame Emperor laughed loudly. This caused a lot of confusion. Ling Xiao, whom the Flame Emperor supported, was clearly about to lose. Why was the Flame Emperor laughing so happily? Why? At this moment, the Punishment Hall Master, the King of Fairness, who was in charge of hosting this event, appeared in the center of the square. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the Punishment King Huang Jinding was. The host of such a crucial event was actually his subordinate. It was no wonder that people said that controlling the Punishment Hall was equivalent to controlling the entire Golden City. If it weren't for the fact that the Punishment Hall Master was weaker than an emperor, he would have rebelled long ago. The moment the King of Fairness appeared, the restless crowd stopped. No one dared to make a sound, and they all quietly listened to him speak. After a bunch of nonsense opening remarks, the King of Fairness finally went straight to the point. Then, the grandest competition of the Golden Sky region will now begin. Everyone also noticed that there was a ballot box in front of each of the 6 candidates. Whoever the judges support, vote in the ballot box in front of the candidate. Of course, there is one more thing to note. Every time you vote, you must explain the reason for voting. Otherwise, it won't count. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Everyone should be clear about what the Golden Sovereign means. We have to choose a suitable ruler, not a bloodthirsty and cruel madman. Every vote in your hands is incomparably sacred. Don't take it lightly. This is related to the future of Golden City and the well-being of hundreds of millions of martial artists. When voting, please touch your conscience. Is this vote right for the emperor, right for your family, and right for the thousands of heroic spirits? At this point, he looked at Ling Xiao without hiding anything. If some vicious person ascends to the position of Golden Sovereign, not only will it cause internal strife in Golden City, it might even ruin your illustrious reputation. You're just a host. Aren't you talking too much nonsense? From what you're saying, it seems that the Golden Sovereign is not from your king's mansion or punishment hall, and you're planning to rebel? Others didn't say anything, but that didn't mean that Ling Xiao didn't dare. Since the other party had already made it clear, what was he afraid of? Shut up. The king of punishment shouted sternly, and his violent voice was like a heavy hammer smashing towards Ling Xiao. However, it was easily resolved by the Fire King. Hee, the king of punishment is so powerful. I even suspect that the people who voted for the king of many treasures were threatened by you. Just now, the king of fairness said it well. When voting, touch your conscience. Don't make a decision that will let down your ancestors and the Golden City. You'll go to hell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He easily resolved the pressure brought by the king of fairness's words on the voters. One must know that when the king of fairness said that, many of the judges were actually a little intimidated, especially those with a lower cultivation base. Among the judges, at least 1/3 of them had to be divine core warriors. There were more than 30 of them. All right, the voting has begun. Stop arguing. The Flower Queen finally came out to be the peacemaker again. Ling Xiao gave her face, and so did the king of punishment. Therefore, the argument stopped for now. The first one to come out was the judge from the punishment hall. These 100 judges were numbered as well. Because they had to explain the reason for voting, they could only come out one by one. They couldn't all come out together. Chapter 47:26. The judge of Punishment Hall turned out to be the king of fairness himself. He picked up his vote, walked to Huang Jinyu, and directly voted. Then he said, I swear to the ancestors of Golden City, this vote is sacred and fair. King of many treasures, Huang Jinyu, is the most loyal warrior of Golden City. He has made great contributions to Golden City many times. He is modest and cautious, does not kill the innocent, and is not arrogant. His reputation is excellent, so he is the most qualified to become the Golden Sovereign. I am voting for him, and I believe everyone agrees. Compared to someone who is bloodthirsty, does not follow the rules, and has not made any contributions, he is simply many times better. Originally, he only needed to explain why he voted for Huang Jinyu. However, this king of fairness wanted to criticize Ling Xiao because he did not want Ling Xiao to get votes. It would be best if he got 0 votes. Then Ling Xiao would be completely finished. Because according to the rules, if the number of votes in the first round is less than 1, then this person will be directly removed from the list of candidates. Ling Xiao did not say anything this time, because in a while, someone will naturally slap this king of fairness in the face, so he did not need to say anything. The second voter was still a martial artist of Punishment Hall. Of course, he still chose Huang Jinyu. And because the king of fairness had made a very bad start. So when this guy was commenting, he also fiercely attacked Ling Xiao. As the king of fairness said, King of many treasures is sincere and kind, and has made countless contributions. Naturally, I vote for him. Unlike someone who has just joined Golden City for a few days, he actually dares to kill his compatriots. Relying on the ancestors' high regard for him, he completely does not put others in his eyes. I hope that the next judges will not be afraid of his fierce power and will not be bought by him. Voting must be fair. This is responsible for the future, responsible for Golden City. Next, more than a dozen people voted for Huang Jinyu, and the comments were surprisingly consistent and somewhat strange. Most of the words were used to attack Ling Xiao. The evaluation of Huang Jinyu was a simple sentence. Many people looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a furious expression on Ling Xiao's face. But there was none. The Ling Xiao they saw was still as calm as ever. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. Finally, of the 30 representatives on the side of the Punishment King, only 3 were left. One of them stood up and took a deep breath. Then, he walked toward the 6 candidates. Under everyone's watchful eyes, He cast his vote into Ling Xiao's ballot box. At that moment, the entire place was deathly silent. If the Fire King Palace, or even the neutral cultivators had voted for Ling Xiao, everyone could still accept it. However, this person was the representative of the punishment hall. He was the representative of the criminal law king's mansion. Bastard, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and take out the tickets. The King of Fairness's brain heated up as he stood up and roared. What? Does the King of Fairness intend to interfere with other people's voting? Now, who was the one threatening the voters? However, it was also true that the King of Justice kept on saying how great the golden jade of the King of Many Treasures was. However, even his own people didn't believe him. Your ability to lie is too lousy. Ling Xiao stood up. Since this person had voted for him, then he had the right to protect him. What's the reason? The King of Fairness suppressed his anger and asked. Before I explain the reason, I swear to the ancestors and the Dizun Master with my conscience. Everything I'm about to say is true. To vote for Ling Xiao, there are actually people asking for a reason? Are you stupid? How could the person supported by the Dizun Master be bad? Are you doubting the Dizun Master's vision? Or are you doubting the Dizun Master's judgment? Even for that traitor disciple, the Dizun Master was the first to see that he had evil intentions and accepted him as a disciple to control him. At that time, if the Punishment King hadn't been blind and pleaded for mercy, the Dizun Master would have killed that traitor long ago. In addition, you said that Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty? That's not funny. Everyone present probably knew what happened that day. It was the people from the punishment hall who wanted to kill the Crown Prince first, and the Crown Prince resisted. You don't dare to say it because you're afraid of the punishment hall's ferocious power, but I'm not afraid. I'll go all out today. Then there's the King of Many Treasures Golden Jade that you all praised like a flower. He didn't kill innocent people. There are no less than 100 examples of him killing innocents that I know and have evidence of. Where do you think he got all those treasures from? He stole them from others. And what about the merits? That's even more ridiculous. What has Huang Jinyu done for the City of Gold except for filling his own pockets? Why don't you say something? You have nothing to say, right? So, what's wrong with me voting for Ling Xiao? I'm going to kill you. You traitor. Huang Jinyu's calm smile turned into a ferocious one. However, before he could do anything, he was suppressed by the Flower King. Can't you keep your cool? Look at Ling Xiao. He was criticized by more than 20 people, but he didn't care at all, because he believes in his own cultivation. What about you? Can't you stand a few words from others? If you want to kill him, you have to ask for my permission first. In fact, when the Dizun Master wasn't here, the Flower King was the most powerful person. After all, he was like a queen. Back off, Huang Jinyu. The King of Punishment didn't look good either. In fact, everyone knew what the man said just now, but they didn't dare to say it out loud because of the King of Punishment. Huang Jinyu really couldn't keep his cool. Huang Jinyu had no choice but to return to his seat. The King of Punishment didn't return to his seat. Instead, he sat behind Ling Xiao. Next, I agree with him. Ling Xiao is the most suitable candidate. As for Huang Jinyu, he's just an animal in human clothes. It's him who defiled my sister. I didn't say it out loud. It's because I'm afraid. However, Ling Xiao's appearance gave me courage. I believe that the City of Gold will become better with the Crown Prince around. Some people say that the Crown Prince hasn't done anything. What a joke. At the very least, he helped the Gold Sky region stand up straight in the chaotic sand ocean. Haven't we suffered enough in the past few years? After he finished speaking, he sat down behind Ling Xiao, just like the previous person. If it was only one person, it would be fine. But now, there were two people. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Initially, he thought that Ling Xiao would definitely suffer a crushing defeat in the first round. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that something was amiss. The King of Punishment's expression changed from smug to gloomy. I was tricked by this kid. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. His so-called backup plan was those neutral cultivators. I also want to vote for Crown Prince Ling Xiao. Only someone with such courage can lead us through this difficult time. He's not a piece of trash like Huang Jinyu who ran away at the last minute. During one of our missions, he abandoned his companions and ran away. He thought that no one knew about it, but I know very well. At this moment, the last cultivator of punishment stood up. Chapter 47:27. Seeing the indignant looks on the faces of the punishment hall's people, Ling Xiao revealed a gloating expression. Who asked you to trick me? Now you know what it feels like to be tricked, right? With the Fire Emperor and the Flower Emperor here, the Punishment Palace didn't dare to do anything. They could only endure this. The surrounding warriors secretly gave the three of them a thumbs up. In this era, not many people dared to speak the truth. After the 30 representatives of the Punishment Palace finished voting, Huang Jinyu got 27 votes. That was not bad. Next was the voting of the Flower Emperor Palace's warriors. Basically, the Flower Emperor Palace voted for Yang Shuyi. What was surprising was that there were two tickets that were a little surprising. One of them was for the Undying King. The girl's reason was that the Undying King was a rare expert among the neutral warriors, so she should support him. Ling Xiao suspected that the Flower Emperor had asked her to do this on purpose. If this continued, the Undying King would be eliminated in the first round. That would be a pity. The other vote was for Ling Xiao. The voter was Yin Lihua. The reason was simple and clear. It was because Ling Xiao had saved her. After the voting of the Flower Emperor Palace ended, Yang Shuyi was in first place with 28 points. Huang Jinyu got 27 points. Ling Xiao got 4 points. The Undying King got 1 point. Next was the voting of the Thunder Emperor Palace. 26 people from the Thunder Emperor Palace voted for Lei Ming. Each of them had their own reasons. Of the other 4, 3 voted for Ling Xiao, and 1 voted for the Undying King. These 4 people were all bribed by Ling Xiao. He also deliberately chose to vote for the Undying King. On one hand, it would prevent the Thunder Emperor from suspecting him. On the other hand, he didn't want the Undying King to be eliminated so quickly. It would be more interesting if there were more people. After the Thunder Emperor Palace, it was the Fire Emperor Palace. In the Fire Emperor Palace, Bailey Shiwu got 15 votes, and so did Ling Xiao. By the end of the voting, the general situation could be seen very clearly. However, the key to who would be able to take first place was still the martial artist. It was said that the martial artist who scored first in every round would be rewarded with a 6 Dragon Veins Monarch weapon by the Golden Sky region. Although Ling Xiao didn't care for it, it could still be used to buy people's hearts. When it was time for the neutral martial artists to vote, everyone became nervous. Huang Jinding was also very nervous. He had been slapped hard in the face in the previous vote, and he was really uncomfortable. Next, he wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. The first neutral warrior to vote was Zhang Tong. After Zhang Tong came up, he scolded Ling Xiao and praised Huang Jinyu. When people thought that he would definitely vote for Huang Jinyu, Huang Jinding's face was beaming with joy. Zhang Tong suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Everyone was startled for a moment. He actually voted for Ling Xiao. F***CK, are you playing with us? Someone shouted. Even Zhang Tong himself was baffled. He had already decided to switch sides at the last moment due to the threat of the punishment hall. But in the end, he was completely unable to control himself. He voted for Ling Xiao. Prince, save me. Zhang Tong realized what a stupid mistake he had made. He accepted Ling Xiao's gift but betrayed Ling Xiao. But for some reason, he still voted for Ling Xiao. Even he himself didn't know why. But he knew that the punishment hall wouldn't let him off. Save you? You accepted my gift and still want to betray me. If I didn't have a backup plan, wouldn't I have been played to death by you? Get lost. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for such a person. If you were afraid of the punishment hall, then don't accept the gift and don't do anything. You deserve to die. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's all the punishment hall's fault. They threatened me and made me talk nonsense here. Zhang Tong shouted loudly, but unfortunately, he had already been dragged down. His life was already over. He would probably be killed by the punishment hall soon, and his entire family would be killed. Ling Xiao didn't even have the slightest intention of saving him. If such a person could betray you once, he could betray you a second time. The next 6 neutral cultivators all did the same thing as Zhang Tong. They criticized Ling Xiao without restraint as if they were reading a script. In the end, they voted for Ling Xiao. It was as if their brains short-circuited. It wasn't until the 8th person came up to praise Ling Xiao and voted for Ling Xiao. The previous lesson was already very severe. Even a fool could tell that something was wrong. At this time, if he still dared to betray Ling Xiao, he would be courting death. It was the same for the 9th person. The 10th person was old stubborn. The first thing he did when he went up was to return the Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns that the Punishment Hall gave him. The Punishment Hall wants to bribe me, but unfortunately, I'm not that kind of person. Just as the King of Fairness said, I have to be responsible for the City of Gold and my ancestors. This was an even more ruthless slap to the face. The Punishment Hall's underwear was stripped off. Old Stubborn voted for Ling Xiao. At this point, the voting ended. Ling Xiao had a total of 32 votes and was ranked first. Yang Shuyi had 28 votes and was ranked second. Huang Jinyu had 27 votes and was ranked third. Raymond had 26 votes and was ranked fourth. Bailey Shuwu had 15 votes and was ranked fifth. The Undying King only had 2 votes and was ranked sixth. In fact, the score difference between the first few people was not that big. Anyway, the Undying King basically had no chance of getting the Golden Sovereign. Unless there was a huge accident. Bailey Shuwu's chances were also very low. The real competition was between the first 4 people. Ling Xiao, who was thought to be in the last place, had actually become the first. Ling Xiao had gotten the most points in the round where it was the least likely to score. How could this be reasonable? We were all fooled by that kid. Yang Fan was not that excited. To him, the Golden Sovereign selection was just a small show. In fact, he did not care about the final result. Of course, if someone from the Punishment Hall became the Golden Sovereign, it would be beneficial to his plan. How did he do it? The Fair King asked, puzzled. Soul's secret technique? Yang Fan sneered. This kid is really a genius. Not only is he powerful, he also knows Soul's secret technique. Punishment King, you have to remind Huang Jinyu to be careful when he meets this kid in the next 2 rounds. Understood. Huang Jinding glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. He could not be as calm as Yang Fan. He was very angry in his heart. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinding and suddenly said, Everyone, today's voting. It can be said to be the greatest moment in the history of the Golden Sky region. Most of you can still stick to your conscience and make a fair vote. No matter if you voted for me, the Valkyrie, Raymond, the Undying King, or Bailey Shuwu. You all have your own reasons, but you all voted with your conscience. As for the other people, they really have bad consciences. It's a disgrace to have such scum in Golden City. The Fair King vomited blood. F***CK. Ling Xiao actually took advantage of him and still acted like he was innocent. Can't he just leave obediently? Why did he have to show off here? It was really infuriating. Chapter 47:28. Ling Xiao, stop right there. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. The one who roared at Ling Xiao was a punishment elder at the 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm. This person looked quite righteous. He was the kind of martial artist with thick eyebrows and big eyes who looked like a righteous person. However, there were people who looked good on the outside but were rotten on the inside. This guy was obviously pushed out to be the vanguard. It wasn't good for Huang Jinding to get angry. The King of Fairness directly vomited blood. This person was the Punishment Elder, and his seniority was actually older than the 4 Supreme Kings. Therefore, many people were more respectful to him. Even the 4 Supreme Kings had to address him as senior in the past. The first round had already ended, and everyone was preparing to leave the square. This person roared, and everyone's attention was focused on him again. It's Elder Lu Shan. What is he trying to do? I don't know, but it seems like he's going to make things difficult for the Crown Prince. Ling Xiao also looked at this old man. He was usually more polite to the elderly. However, he wouldn't be polite to some old bastards who took advantage of their seniority. Elder Lu Shan, is there something you need? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shan coldly and smiled faintly. Punishment Hall was really a coward to push this person out. If they wanted to find fault, the King of Fairness or Punishment King would be more suitable. Of course there's something. Elder Lu Shan's emotions suddenly became agitated, like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He didn't look at Ling Xiao but looked at the others instead. Everyone here should know. I've been loyal to the City of Gold all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Moreover, I've always been a docile person who doesn't like to talk much. However, today, I have to say it. Because something that might endanger the future of the City of Gold has happened. Maybe I'll die on the spot after saying these words. However, I'm not afraid. No matter what, I have to say what's in my heart. This Ling Xiao is bloodthirsty. Don't you admit it? He just came to the City of Gold and killed the most loyal warrior of Punishment Hall, Lin Hong. Lin Hong was in the wrong. However, he was loyal to the City of Gold and had rendered meritorious service. He could not be lynched. Ling Xiao relied on the protection of a venerable emperor to act lawlessly. He didn't put our Punishment Hall in his eyes at all. Don't be happy with some people. This kind of person is nice to you now, but after the Punishment Hall is destroyed, it will be time to deal with you. Even if he is the one recommended by the ancestor, this old man will still risk everything. Such a person could actually get the most votes, and there were even people voting for him. Has the City of Gold become so dark and unjust? Elder Lu Shan's words could be said to be filled with righteous indignation, fully putting himself in the position of a righteous person. It seemed like he was really doing it for the Golden City and the Golden Heavens. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shan indifferently, quietly listening to his hysterical voice. This old fool. It was obvious that he had been used. Or rather, he was not stupid, because he was a participant in this plan. In order to ruin Ling Xiao's reputation, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. How big of a grudge was this? No, this was not to mess with Ling Xiao. This target was obviously the venerable emperor behind Ling Xiao. If he ruined Ling Xiao's reputation, the venerable emperor would also be ruined. It was really a vicious plan. Needless to say, even if Ling Xiao did not kill Lu Shan today, Lu Shan would definitely die. Either he would commit suicide, or the Punishment Hall would kill him. It was really a vicious plan that could not be broken. If this old fool was being used, then there was still a chance to break it. But if this old fool was one of the plotters and wanted to use this dark military strategy to frame him and the venerable emperor, it was really difficult to deal with. It seemed that this old fool was not a stupid person. After all, he was able to sit in the position of Punishment Hall Elder. He must be very smart. So the second possibility was the most likely. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness. In that case, he might as well kill this old fool on the spot and end all troubles. Even if he would be scolded for being heartless, he did not care. In any case, the first round of the examination was over, and the Punishment Hall was powerless to reverse the situation. As for the negative effects, when the lotus flower attacked, he would naturally make up for it. In the eyes of many people, this Lu Shan was a true righteous person. Even if the Punishment Hall had many faults, Lu Shan had never used his power to oppress others, and he was very fair in dealing with many things, at least on the surface. Ling Xiao had also investigated Lu Shan's dark history, but unfortunately, he could not find a trace of it. This was interesting. In fact, everyone should have some dark history. This old fool was as pure as a white lotus. There was really something strange about him. It made people feel that something was not right. At this time, Lu Shan directly targeted the Flame Emperor. Lord Flame Emperor, you are high and mighty. If this subordinate offends you, he will definitely die very quickly. But this subordinate does not care today. I want to tell all the truth, or this world will be hopeless. They are all hypocrites. You are the Flame Emperor, one of the 4 supreme kings, but you are protecting a crazy bloodthirsty. Don't you know? This Ling Xiao once came into contact with the Death Spirit Emperor in the Death Spirit world. Aren't you worried that he has already submitted to the Death Spirit Emperor? Otherwise, with his little cultivation, how could he leave alive and obtain so many treasures? You are really too muddle-headed. In case, I only say in case, because I have no evidence. If he is the Death Spirit Emperor's man and becomes the Golden Sovereign, our Golden City will really be finished. This was the key. Previously, when he said that Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty, many people did not think that it was a big deal. This was the world of martial artists, so it was nothing to kill a lot. Moreover, the incident that day was indeed the Punishment Hall's people who attacked first. But if it was related to the Death Spirit Emperor, it would be troublesome. Even if he did not have evidence, His words made Ling Xiao a suspect. Once there was suspicion, it would be terrible. Obviously, many martial artists began to waver. Lu Shan, you have to be responsible for what you said. The consequences of slandering a prince like this will be very serious. The Flame Emperor said coldly. What? Flame Emperor? Are you threatening me? Unfortunately, I'm not afraid. Standing behind me are the martial artists of the Golden City. Even if you kill me and my family, I will still speak the truth. A trace of cunning flashed in Lu Shan's eyes. The more the Flame Emperor was agitated, the prouder he was. In any case, he had already decided to sacrifice himself and use his life to completely defeat Ling Xiao, the Flame Emperor, and the Di Zun. Do you think I don't dare? The Flame Emperor was really angry. He had a bad temper, so how could he stand this guy's provocation? Flame Emperor, calm down. Elder Lu Shan's acting is so good. Why don't you enjoy it? Come. I have wine and food here. Let's eat and watch. Just as the Flame Emperor was about to make a move, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Chapter 47:29. Unknowingly, the ballot box on the table in front of Ling Xiao had been removed. Instead, it was replaced with a few simple dishes and a jar of wine. Elder Lu Shan, please continue. He took a sip of wine and smiled at Lu Shan. Lu Shan was stunned for a moment. He was a little annoyed in his heart. This Ling Xiao was clearly just a brat, but he actually had such self-control. He had already said such things, but this kid was not angry at all. He had no choice but to continue acting. He even cried bitterly. You're just doing this to let everyone see you putting on an act. You want to wait for everyone to leave and secretly kill me, right? As a prince, you're really a coward. Since you want to kill me, why don't you kill me now? A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Elder Lu Shan, do you really want to die? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Shan suddenly revealed a look of joy. This kid was indeed a little inexperienced. He finally couldn't hold it in. Thus, he struck while the iron was hot and said, It's not that this old man wants to die, but this old man said such a truth, so I will definitely be killed by you. Today, with Lord King of Law here, you won't dare to act recklessly, but later, you will definitely be ruthless to me. This old man has thought it through. Some deaths are lighter than a feather, some are heavier than a mountain. If this old man's death can wake some people up and bring a future to the City of Gold, I can die without regrets. Oh, is that so? If that's the case, I can kill you now? Ling Xiao chuckled. Lu Shan was stunned for a moment. He saw an unsettling meaning in Ling Xiao's smile. In the next moment, Ling Xiao suddenly made his move. The void-shattering finger shot out without any suspense. The finger force that transcended the void instantly blew up one of Lu Shan's arms. At this time, it was obviously not suitable for leveling up, so Ling Xiao activated the Emperor physique from the beginning. It was a pity that the people present, except for Fire King, had never seen the Lotus Sutra, let alone the existence of the three venerables. Even if he knew, he would never have thought that Ling Xiao would actually know such a miraculous cultivation method. Seeing this scene, many people were dumbfounded. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? This was the question that many people had. Oh no, Ling Xiao is really going to make a move. He really can't hold back his temper. Sigh. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Elder Lu Shan was purposely luring Ling Xiao to attack him. Doing so would only worsen Ling Xiao's situation in Golden City. Even venerable emperors will be dragged into this mess. It's possible that the sovereign emperor will abandon this prince in order to escape. These were the thoughts of those who firmly supported Ling Xiao. They didn't believe what Lu Shan said at all. He felt that Ling Xiao was too impulsive. Huang Jinding finally smiled again. Although this move was a little despicable, the other party had no way to counter it. Not only could they smear Ling Xiao's reputation, but they could also attack Di Zun as well. This caused the venerable sovereign's reputation to plummet. Before Lu Shan could react, another finger force pierced through the air toward him. Lu Shan's other arm was also crippled. Although his arm was crippled, it could be regrown. For a martial artist at the third level of the Divine Body Realm, there was no problem. Unfortunately, He didn't have that chance. Lu Shan, who lost both his arms in an instant, had a huge drop in his strength. Ling Xiao simply switched back to his original body, because this was enough. If he used the venerable sovereign body for too long, he was afraid that others would see through it. This was his trump card at this stage, so he couldn't expose it so quickly. Lu Shan screamed miserably, but no one dared to help. Even the King of Punishment didn't dare to. If he helped Lu Shan now, it meant that he was also dissatisfied with Di Zun. For the time being, he didn't want to do that. Therefore, Lu Shan had to bear this responsibility alone. This way, it would be more realistic. Lu Shan might not be afraid of death, but he was really frightened by Ling Xiao's vicious methods. There was fear in his eyes. His previous righteous indignation and determination to die became more and more fragile. Ling Xiao sneered. Since this old man liked to pretend to be a hero, fine, I'll let you pretend to your heart's content. The nine-headed demon king snake appeared behind him. Then, Ling Xiao activated a new formation diagram. Snake God Poison Domain Formation Diagram. In this formation diagram, not only would the terrifying poisonous fog always exist, its power was also much stronger than the pure 9-snake poison domain. In addition, as long as the formation diagram was not removed, there would be countless densely packed poisonous snakes attacking and biting the enemy. The pitiful elder Lu Shan already lost both his arms. He was currently urging his divine essence to recover his arms with all his might. At this time, he was surrounded by countless poisonous snakes. The terrifying poisonous fog even burrowed into his wounds. Under this kind of pain, the punishment of a basin seemed to be nothing. Some people really weren't afraid of death, but they couldn't survive this terrifying torture. This Lu Shan was actually already very powerful, facing such a cruel situation. He actually endured it. Although he was incomparably terrified, although he let out waves of screams, he still endured it. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's methods were definitely not so simple. Opening the heavenly demon eye, Lu Shan, whose soul had already been tortured, finally declared a complete collapse. "Spare me, I beg of you, spare me." It was the punishment king who told me to do all of this. He promised to give me a monarch armament with 7 dragon markings. As soon as these words came out, Huang Jinding's face turned ashen. He had been completely tricked. The one who made this suggestion was Lu Shan himself, and he only nodded. Why did it sound like he was the mastermind when it came from Lu Shan's mouth? What an idiot. Yang Fan shook his head. Huang Jinding, you really disappoint me. This matter is too careless. The seemingly unsolvable dilemma was actually for a kind opponent. But Ling Xiao was not kind. He could use the most vicious method to punish the wicked. This was why he would never be schemed against by the enemy. Spare you? Ling Xiao chuckled. Since you're asking for death, then I'll naturally give you a reason to die. There's one more thing that you have to clarify for me. He suddenly took out a sword from the Dongshang Emperor ring. This sword was a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. It was not as good as the Crimson Blood Demon sword or the Reverse God sword, but it had a very terrifying characteristic, which was that it could turn the martial artist it killed into an undead spirit clan member, and it would be controlled by the person holding the sword. The strength of the undead spirit clan member was closely related to the power of the user's attack. Its name was Soul Summoning Sword. Ling Xiao stabbed out with the sword and directly pierced Lu Shan's spirit realm. The moment Lu Shan died, he became an undead spirit clan member, and his cultivation was actually at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's attack power had reached the level of being able to kill a 3rd-level divine body realm martial artist. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party was completely defenseless. Lu Shan is actually an undead spirit clan member. No wonder he wanted to smear Ling Xiao's reputation. I'm afraid even the undead spirit emperor doesn't want Ling Xiao to become the golden sovereign. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4730. Yes, although Ling Xiao is not strong now, he must have a way to deal with the dead spirit emperor. This kind of voice suddenly became the mainstream. Huang Jinding's face was not only ugly at this time, but he also felt like vomiting blood. How could Lu Shan be an undead spirit? He had played it big this time. Not only did he fail to kick Ling Xiao into the abyss, but he also got himself dirty. He's not an undead spirit. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with surprise and indifference. We've underestimated this Ling Xiao too much. This kid will definitely become our biggest obstacle. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Go and kill that guy. This way, you can clarify your relationship with Lu Shan. Huang Jinding hadn't reacted yet. The Flame King had already charged forward. Raging flames burned the heavens as he killed the undead warrior. Huang Jinding, you're really good. You actually let an undead spirit warrior sneak into the punishment hall and become an elder. Fortunately, he was forced to reveal his true form today. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to wash away the dirty water on his body. How could the Fire Emperor not seize such a good opportunity to bite back at Huang Jinding? He was so angry just now that he naturally had to vent it now. Fire Emperor, I believe that His Excellency was just careless. He's not stupid enough to let an undead spirit warrior come out to teach me a lesson. Even if he wants to cooperate with the dead spirit emperor, he should do it secretly. There's no need to blame him too much. On the surface, Ling Xiao's words were to help the Fire Emperor, but in fact, the more he spoke, the worse it became. He even hinted that the Fire Emperor was colluding with the dead spirit emperor. In fact, Ling Xiao's words were just nonsense. To be honest, the Fire Emperor was very cautious and didn't let him get a hold of it. Otherwise, he would have directly reported this matter to Huang Jinding, and the Fire Emperor would be finished. It could only be said that the opponent was really cunning. Today's victory was just a temporary victory. Looking at Yang Fan's calm expression, he knew that this opponent was far more terrifying than Huang Jinding. The matter of Lu Shan was indeed this old man's oversight. This old man apologizes to the emperor here. The same thing will never happen again. Our punishment hall will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. If we discover any more dead spirit clan martial artists, we will definitely execute them without mercy. Huang Jinding took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao. Then, he turned and left with the people from the criminal law king's mansion. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose. This guy wasn't easy to deal with. Let's go too. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Yang Fan's back and sneered. No matter who you are, no matter how treacherous you are, if I, Ling Xiao, want to deal with you, then don't even think about turning the tables. Ling Xiao, you got 32 points in the first round. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble in the next 2 rounds. At this time, Yang Shuyi caught up and reminded him, in order to win, they will definitely do whatever it takes. I know. I've been very clear-headed since the beginning. Ling Xiao smiled and said, actually, there's no need to worry. It won't be that easy for them to need me, Ling Xiao. However, don't you want to become the Golden Sovereign? Ling Xiao looked at Yang Shuyi and asked. I don't want to. Yang Shuyi shook her head and said, if it weren't for you, I might have tried. But now, I only support you. In the first round, because of Master, I couldn't make my own decision. But in the next 2 rounds, I will do my best to get you first place. You don't have to do this, Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Don't think too much. I just feel that you are more suitable to become the Golden Sovereign. You will definitely lead the Golden Heavens region to victory in the next battle, Yang Shuyi said very seriously. After saying that, she left, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to refute. Sigh, I can only apologize to you. Ling Xiao sighed. In his heart, there was no room for a second woman other than the Moon Maiden. If you force yourself to love, it will only harm others. It was better to not love at all. This would be better for everyone. What's wrong, Emperor? Are you worried about the second round of the assessment? That's right. They lost the first round, so they will definitely be crazier later on. I don't know what kind of methods they will use. The Fire Emperor saw Ling Xiao frowning and thought that Ling Xiao was worried about the competition, so he tried to comfort him. I will be careful. Ling Xiao smiled. It was better to focus on the competition. There was no point in thinking about other things at this time. We will rest for a day tomorrow. The second round of the assessment will be held the day after tomorrow. On the day of departure, Di Zun will announce the mission. You should rest well for the next 2 days. Don't think too much. It doesn't make much sense anyway. I still have a lot of faith in you. The Fire Emperor said again. The day after tomorrow? You're really busy. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The second round could be said to be the most important round. Although he got first place in the first round, the gap between his score and the other three wasn't that big. If he didn't perform well in the second round, he could only fight with his back against the wall in the last round. That wasn't safe because he didn't know what the rules of the battle were. Therefore, getting as many points as possible this morning was the way to go. The second round of the assessment is a bit troublesome because it's not just a test of combat strength. So I don't know what to do. In short, during the mission, try your best to complete some things. Try your best to stay united. Perhaps your score will be higher. It's said that there are 10 scoring points, so there are 10 scoring teams. Each scoring team will pay attention to a scoring point and score each candidate. You don't have to worry about fairness. I told you before that the one who will be the judge is Huang Jinwei. Huang Jinwei's personal guard. Although there will be other warriors in the scoring team, the final score will be decided by the judges. Whether you can get a high score this time will depend on your own performance. I know. No one knew what the scoring point was before the end of the second round. Of course, Di Zun was an exception. However, Di Zun wouldn't tell Ling Xiao this. Since Ling Xiao chose to participate in the assessment, then it would be carried out according to the rules. There would be no point in cheating. It was better to explore all of this during the mission. At the same time, it was also a training for his own ability. After returning to the Fire Emperor's palace, Ling Xiao went to rest. At the same time, the criminal law king's palace was enveloped by a strange aura. This aura was able to make Di Zun's monitoring mistake. The scene he saw was completely different from the actual scene. At this time, there were many people gathered in the criminal law king's palace. Among them were Yang Fan, Huang Jinding, Fair King, and Huang Jinyu. There were even Undying King, Bailey Shiwu, and Raymond. They were all candidates for the Golden Emperor. Except for Ling Xiao and Yang Shuyi, they were all gathered here. Do you want to become stronger? Yang Fan looked at Undying King, Bailey Shiwu, and Raymond and asked, What do you mean? The three of them weren't idiots. When they heard Yang Fan's words, they knew that Yang Fan was the boss here and Huang Jinding was just below him. However, they didn't understand what Yang Fan meant. Who didn't want to become stronger? As long as one was a martial artist, they would want to become stronger. Chapter 47:31. If you want to become stronger, follow me. As Yang Fan spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying aura. He was actually at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. No wonder even the Golden Cauldron was afraid of him. The Undying King, Bailey Shiwu, and Raymond were stunned. What's your relationship with the Dead Spirit Emperor? Bailey Shiwu suddenly asked. Oh, you actually saw through it. Since that's the case, things are simple. I'm the direct disciple of the Dead Spirit Emperor. Also, I'm the one who betrayed the Golden Cauldron. I used to have a name called Feng Chen Xiao. Yang Fan suddenly felt that if he wanted to succeed, he couldn't limit himself to the punishment hall. He had to recruit subordinates from the outside. Among these three, one was at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon, while the other two were at the 4th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If he could recruit them, it would definitely be a good thing. Ling Xiao wanted to become the Golden Cauldron King? Not a chance. Therefore, he announced his identity today. Aren't you afraid that we'll leak your identity? Bailey Shiwu frowned. The three of them weren't fools. In that instant, they realized something very troublesome. Now that they knew Yang Fan's identity and that he was Feng Chen Xiao, the only way to survive was to submit to Yang Fan. Otherwise, there was no other way. What are you afraid of? You won't leak it anyway. Yang Fan smiled faintly. You're all smart people. Since you're here today, you only have 2 choices. Either you submit or you die. You want us to submit to you? Don't even think about it. Raymond had a fiery temper. In the end, he wasn't as tolerant as the Undying King and Bailey Shiwu. Is that so? Yang Fan sneered. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Raymond. Before the others could react, Yang Fan had already injected something into Raymond's body. It was a black bug. Raymond screamed in fright and suddenly became sluggish. Dead spirit bug. Bailey Shiwu cried out in shock. He had once read about it in an ancient book. It was a bug that lived in tombs and could parasitize corpses. Then, it could manipulate the corpses. That's right. It's a dead spirit bug, but my master, the dead spirit emperor, has already modified it. This allowed the dead spirit worms to live in the body of a living person. They survived by absorbing the energy of living people. At the same time, they could control the actions of living people. Raymond is now just a puppet of mine. Usually, it just looks a little dull, but other than that, it hasn't changed much. Yang Fan sneered at Raymond and said, "Attack Bailey Shuwu." Raymond received the order and attacked Bailey Shuwu. Only then did Yang Fan shout for them to stop. He just wanted to show Bailey Shuwu and the Undying King. Do you two understand now? The reason why I didn't use the dead spirit worms on you is because I don't need puppets. What I want are subordinates who can really get things done. Yang Fan looked at the two indifferently and said, "Take this thing, otherwise you'll end up like Raymond," he said while holding two cocoon-like objects in his hand. "The eggs of the dead spirit worms are sealed in here. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will release the seal and let the eggs live in your bodies. At that time, you'll end up like Raymond." Yang Fan was threatening them. It was a blatant threat. Because of Ling Zhao's appearance, his plan was messed up. He had to change his plan and speed up his plan. In fact, it was very risky to target these three people this time. If Huang Jindi found out, all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain an absolute advantage in the battle against Ling Xiao. Bailey Shuwu and the Undying King looked at each other. In the end, they had no choice but to do as Yang Fan said. They did not want to become puppets like Raymond, and they would definitely not be able to defeat Yang Fan. Therefore, this was the only way to save their lives. Very well. You only have one mission now, and that is to kill Ling Xiao by any means. In the past, Yang Fan thought that it would be enough to drive Ling Xiao away. However, ever since the end of the first round, he deeply realized just how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Drive him away? Absolutely not. He had to kill him to make him feel at ease. Understood. The two of them nodded and left one after another. Raymond also returned to the Thunder King Palace under Yang Fan's control. "Young master, is it worth it to do this for a mere Ling Xiao?" Huang Jinyu was a little unhappy. "If there is a chance in the second round, I will kill him." "No, you can't do that." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "In the second round, the biggest taboo is to fight with your own family. Not only can you not kill Ling Xiao, but you also have to complete the mission well. Only then will you be able to catch up to Ling Xiao's score. Although I don't know what the points are for now, it should be just a few points. Decisiveness, the ability to adapt, the ability to solve problems, and so on. As long as you pay attention to these, it won't be a problem to get a high score. So young master has always been considerate of me. This subordinate is stupid." Huang Jinyu hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "We are all on the same side, so let's not talk about this. In short, you have to remember that your mission is not to kill Ling Xiao. It is to complete the mission. As for killing Ling Xiao, I will naturally let someone else do it." After all, Yang Fan was once Huang Jindi's disciple, so he knew Huang Jindi's personality very well. He could indeed guess some of the points, although it was not very accurate. Fire King Palace. Ling Xiao was comprehending the second level of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. The difficulty of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist was much greater than he had imagined. After all, the first level was already very terrifying. It could make time stop. Many powerful warriors would be killed by him. Right at this moment, there was suddenly chaos outside. Ling Xiao frowned. This was the Fire King Palace, and there was an array formation protecting it. It should be impossible for anyone to attack. Then there was only one possibility. It was the people from the Fire King Palace looking for trouble. Even the Fire King couldn't interfere in this kind of matter. Scram! Ling Xiao was about to get up and check the situation. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Following that, 3 figures flew in. 3 holes were created in the wall. The 3 of them were the Spear King Inin Zilong, the Scarlet Flame Patriarch, and the Green Lotus Swordswoman. One of them was at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon, while the other 2 were at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Even with such strength, they were still sent flying. It could only mean that the opponent was too terrifying. Bailey Shuwu. Ling Xiao saw the figure that appeared at the door. It was Bailey Shiwu. Bailey Shiwu's eyes were emitting cold killing intent, as though Ling Xiao was his father's murderer. Ling Xiao, ever since you came to the City of Gold, the Fire King Palace has been in a mess. Today, I must kill you and clear the Fire King Palace. Bailey Shiwu glared at Ling Xiao and roared. At this moment, many warriors had gathered around. When they saw this scene, they didn't know what to do. Chapter 4732. On one side was Bailey Shiwu, the Fire King Palace's #2 expert. On the other side was Ling Xiao, the Fire King's most valued young man. It didn't seem right to help either of them. Have you lost your mind? Ling Xiao frowned. His impression of Bailey Shiwu wasn't such a brainless person. Even if Bailey Shiwu hated him, he wouldn't use such a stupid method to deal with him. After all, this was the Fire King Palace. Once the Fire King attacked, Bailey Shiwu might be killed. Lost my mind? That's right, I've lost my mind. No matter what you say, you have to die. Bailey Shiwu roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't block a 4th-level divine physique echelon expert. In just an instant, he was blasted away by Bailey Shiwu. Luckily, his body was strong enough, so he only suffered some light injuries. Also, why did it feel like Bailey Shiwu didn't use his full strength? What was wrong with him? Did he underestimate him or go easy on him? Ling Xiao originally wanted to enter the D-Zune physique to kill Bailey Shiwu, but he changed his mind. He was ready to take a gamble. Even if he was really killed, he could still revive. However, if he killed Bailey Shiwu, there would be a lot of things that he couldn't figure out. Therefore, he endured it. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't fight back. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through him. Also, how could he miss such a good opportunity to train? He knew that his original body was definitely not a match for a 4th-level divine physique echelon expert. But the improvement it brought was really huge. After taking a hit from his opponent, the energy in his cultivation C increased from 70% to 80%. It was really a lot. Sun God's blood diagram. This was a life-saving technique that he had to use. It contained the bloodthirsty plague, the bloody devil rat, and the vertical golden light technique. Moreover, they were all strengthened versions. It would be a waste if he didn't use them. At the same time, he chose Sky Tyrant possession. He took out the Void God sword. He didn't use the Crimson Blood Demon sword because he wanted to evolve the Cosmic Light Divine Fist in battle. That was how he evolved the Void Shattering Finger. Bailey Shiwu's killing intent towards Ling Xiao was real. This was something that Ling Xiao and the spectating martial artists could all feel. It was precisely because this murderous aura was real that it stimulated the release of his potential. You're still trying to resist? What a joke. Do you really think you can defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Body Realm? Bailey Shiwu sneered. His movements became even faster, and his might became even more ferocious. Ling Xiao did not dare to meet force with force. Using the Earth Golden Light technique, he continuously dodged while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Although he was no match for the other party, how could it be so easy for the other party to kill him? Of course, the strength of a martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Physique Echelon was also extremely terrifying. Bailey Shiwu was an expert in actual combat. Therefore, his experience and combat skills were extremely rich. Compared to some so-called geniuses, this was a true veteran. After all, he was already 180 years old. He had lived many years longer than Ling Xiao. Without the help of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao might not be able to defeat Bailey Shiwu in terms of battle techniques. Fire God's Fist. Bailey Shiwu suddenly activated his divine energy. The entire Child God's blood diagram turned into a sea of flames. The surrounding buildings were also set ablaze. The martial artists frantically tried to put out the fire. Otherwise, this place would really turn into ruins. The Fire God's Fist enveloped the entire Child God's blood diagram. Therefore, Ling Xiao could not avoid it. At that moment, he felt as though the entire world was enveloped in terrifying flames and was charging towards him. It was as though the world was falling apart. There was no way he could avoid it. He could only give it his all. Although Ling Xiao could not block all the fist shadows, he only needed to destroy the fist shadows in front of him. Dragon God's Ice Diagram? Void shattering finger. Shatter the void. The instant the ice diagram was released, the fiery fist shadows that covered the sky were all frozen for a moment. It was merely a moment, not even a second. After all, the other party was too strong, and Ling Xiao did not use the power of the body of three supremes. Therefore, the ice diagram's power was weaker. However, it was enough. Shatter the void. Ling Xiao finally found a ray of hope for himself. After the endless fire god's fist landed, Ling Xiao activated the invincible divine ape diagram. The fire god's fist lasted for a full minute. Seeing this scene, the white silver dragon, green lotus swordswoman, and ancestor scarlet flame were all terrified. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would really be killed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was still breathing. Only then did they feel relieved. Blurg. Ling Xiao vomited mouthfuls of blood. Damn. Using the power of the original body to fight a fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist was truly terrible. Even though he had already used many methods to reduce the damage, Bailey Shiwu still managed to severely injure him. However, at the same time, it also allowed his cultivation to have a substantial breakthrough. Boom! Ling Xiao's power suddenly increased by 10 times. His cultivation had broken through once again. He reached the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. Bailey Shiwu frowned, but an unnoticeable smile actually flashed across his eyes. It was not a sneer, but a gratified smile. What do you mean? Ling Xiao was even more confused. The fact that Bailey Shiwu came to kill him today was already strange enough. Bailey Shiwu's performance in the battle was even weirder. Although he looked murderous on the surface and wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but in reality, only Ling Xiao knew that Bailey Shiwu had not even released 70% of his power. It was obvious that Bailey Shiwu was going easy on him. He was definitely not underestimating his opponent. What happened? What is this guy thinking? Although Ling Xiao was smart, he still had no clue about this. He only felt that something was wrong with Bailey Shiwu today. Cosmic Divine Fist. Beast God Sky Devouring Flash. Although Ling Xiao was confused, he did not dare to stop the battle because Bailey Shiwu was coming for him again. Just one fire god's fist almost took his life. He definitely could not be so passive anymore. The instant Bailey Shiwu executed the Cosmic Divine Fist, he paused for a moment. It was just a short pause, but it was enough for Ling Xiao to release the Beast God's Sky-Devouring Flash, and it left a deep wound on Bailey Shiwu's body. You can actually hurt me? How rare. The smile in Bailey Shiwu's eyes became even wider, but he did not stop attacking. But this is not enough. When you were fighting Lu Shan, your attacks seemed to be even stronger. Show me what you're capable of, or you'll really die today. Behind Bailey Shiwu, a figure made of flames suddenly appeared. It was his martial soul, which seemed to be a humanoid fire elemental life form. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt that Bailey Shiwu had completely released the power that he had been suppressing. Emperor Physique. Ling Xiao also adjusted his strategy. Since he had successfully broken through, there was no need for him to suffer anymore. Although his recovery speed was fast, it was still very painful every time he was injured. It was not a good feeling. There was no need for him to do this. Bailey Shiwu was stunned for a moment when he felt Ling Xiao's aura increase. Then, he smiled. Chapter 47-33. Once Ling Xiao entered the body of the sovereign, Bailey Shiwu's advantage would be gone, especially when Ling Xiao activated the Sun God's Blood Array and the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul's possession. It would be even harder for Bailey Shiwu to resist. The Black Lotus Treasure Light and the Void Shattering Finger created a void. Bailey Shiwu was killed in one move. The entire Fire King Palace fell into silence again. If it wasn't for the destroyed walls and houses, it would seem as if nothing had happened. Ling Xiao actually killed Bailey Shiwu. How is this possible? Could it be that his cultivation is fake? It must be. How can a 9th-level Shattered Core Realm martial artist fight against a 4th-level Divine Physique Realm martial artist? What's going on? Our Fire King Palace's martial artists are having an internal conflict? We lost Bailey Shiwu for nothing. Sigh. Those who didn't know what was going on sighed. Some even blamed Ling Xiao for being too ruthless. They were all on the same side. Couldn't you take it easy? Why did you have to kill him? Ling Xiao didn't give any explanation. He quickly repaired his residence with a secret technique and closed the door. He got the white silver dragon, ancestor scarlet flame, and the green lotus swordswoman to stand guard outside. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. He appeared in a void. The void was a world of white. It was also a world of despair. Bailey Shuwu stood there waiting for Ling Xiao. He wasn't dead. Creating a void could send a martial artist directly into the void created by Ling Xiao. The laws in the void were all controlled by Ling Xiao. If he wanted someone to die, they would die. If he wanted someone to live, they would live. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the white world turned into green mountains and clear waters. The two of them sat in the green mountains and clear waters and started chatting. "You're in trouble?" Ling Xiao asked. "Don't worry. This is a void created by me. No one can eavesdrop." He added when he saw that Bailey Shuwu was still hesitating. "That's right. I'm in trouble. This is actually a small matter. The key is that Golden City is in danger." Bailey Shuwu shook his head. "Today, I came to see if you have the ability to defend Golden City. If not, I would really kill you to prevent you from falling into the hands of those people and becoming a scourge." "Are you talking about Yang Fan?" A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he suddenly realized something. "You know?" Bailey Shuwu said in surprise. He had never paid attention to the young man named Yang Fan before, but Ling Xiao had actually noticed him. "I'm just a little suspicious. Who is he and what did he do to you?" Ling Xiao asked. "This Yang Fan, whose real name is Feng Chen Xiao, is the disciple who betrayed the D-Zone. He is now the direct disciple of the Death Spirit Emperor." Bailey Shuwu replied. No wonder. Ling Xiao was not surprised at all. This Yang Fan had terrifying strength and deep schemes. His identity must be extraordinary. It would be understandable if he was the direct disciple of the Death Spirit Emperor. He did not say much and quietly listened to Bailey Shuwu's words. He believed that Bailey Shuwu must have more important information to tell him. Sure enough, Bailey Shuwu continued. "The Undying King and I were both fed dead spirit worm eggs. According to Yang Fan, these eggs are sealed. As long as I do something wrong, the seal will be released. The dead spirit worms will hatch and completely control me." The pitiful Raymond was directly controlled by the death spirit worm and became a true puppet. "Is it okay for you to do this now?" Ling Xiao was worried. "I'm going all out today. No matter what, I don't want to be used by that bastard and become a stain on the Fire King Palace and a traitor of Golden City." Bailey Shuwu shook his head. "I'm different from you. I've been in Golden City since I was young. The Fire King has taken care of me. If I betray him, I'll be struck by lightning. Perhaps after I tell you this, I'll be controlled by the dead spirit worms. You don't have to be polite. Just kill me. I don't want to be played like a puppet." At this point, Bailey Shuwu's expression changed drastically. "Quick, do it," Bailey Shuwu exclaimed. "The dead spirit worms are hatching. Master, is there any way to get rid of the dead spirit worms?" Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate. "There is a way, but it's too late now. Let's freeze him first. This way, the dead spirit worm's eggs will also be frozen and unable to hatch. We need time." Yuan Venerate was knowledgeable and could think of an appropriate solution in an instant. Ling Xiao nodded and turned the space where Bailey Shuwu was into a cold space. "Don't worry, I won't let you die or let you be controlled by the dead spirit worms. A loyal person like you shouldn't die like this." After he finished speaking, Bailey Shuwu had already turned into an ice sculpture. However, this was only temporary. It would allow Bailey Shuwu to live for more than a month. This was enough time for Yuan Venerate to come up with many solutions. "Master, what did you say just now?" Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. Since Yang Fan was the one who made Bailey Shuwu eat the dead spirit worms, he must have the antidote on him. This thing will backfire on its owner. Yang Fan must have taken precautions. Yuan Venerate said, "This is the simplest and most direct method. Another method is to inject immortal fire into Bailey Shuwu's body to burn the dead spirit worm's eggs. However, this is very difficult and is even more difficult than cultivating a level 10 sacred grade cultivation technique. If you aren't careful, you might lose his life. Therefore, we should start with Yang Fan first. If it doesn't work, we will use another method." That's the only way. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Things had suddenly become a lot more difficult. However, at the same time, his target had become clearer. Previously, he didn't know who Yang Fan was and couldn't make a move casually. However, now that he knew that Yang Fan was the disciple of the dead spirit emperor and Huang Jindi, it would be easier to deal with him. When Ling Xiao came out of the space, he saw the flame emperor waiting there. "Why are you so late?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Logically speaking, the Flame Emperor should have been the first to arrive after something like this had happened in the Flame Emperor Palace. "It's all because of you. The sovereign looked for me and gave you some help. He told me about the mission in advance." The Flame Emperor smiled and said, "Is Bailey Shuwu all right?" "He's dead," Ling Xiao said with a straight face. "Stop trying to fool me. He's not dead, right?" The Flame Emperor didn't believe him at all. After all, Bailey Shuwu was his disciple. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he would let him do it. "You're smart. Although he's not dead, he's in a more troublesome situation." Ling Xiao then explained Bailey Shuwu's situation briefly. However, he didn't mention Yang Fan. The Flame Emperor was hot-tempered and couldn't hide things. Now wasn't the time to completely fall out with Yang Fan. It would be the time to do so after he became the Golden Sovereign and grasped power. Chapter 4734. Although I know there are still some things you haven't told me, it's fine as long as he's fine. The Flame Emperor let out a sigh of relief and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the mission." Ling Xiao nodded. Even the sovereign was no exception. It seemed like he really wanted Ling Xiao to become the Golden Sovereign, so he didn't hesitate to break the rules. The Flame Emperor said, "You're from the Dongsheng Strong Country, right?" "Yes, I have some grudges with the Dongsheng Strong Country's emperor." Ling Xiao was someone who held grudges. Although he didn't have time to go back and take revenge, he wouldn't forget about it. With his current strength, the Dongsheng Strong Country's emperor wasn't much in his eyes. But the grudges wouldn't be lessened because of this. Thinking back, if he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by the experts sent by the Dongsheng Strong Country. The mission this time is near the Dongsheng Strong Country's capital. You should know that spatial cracks often appear in the mystic world. This time, a huge crack appeared near the Dongsheng Strong Country's capital. The Dongsheng Strong Country sent people to investigate. Most of the people had died inside, but there were some who were lucky enough to escape alive and explain the terrifying situation inside. A powerful race lives inside the crack. We call them lizard men. Their characteristics are similar to the beasts of the savage beast region, but they prefer to maintain the characteristics of the beasts. Usually, they appear in the form of beasts. The lizardmen still maintain their primitive tribal form. There are a total of 12 tribes, and 6 of them are the strongest. Not only are their physical bodies strong, but they are also skilled in secret techniques. It is said that the strongest lizardmen can even awaken the blood of an ancient dragon and evolve into a lizard-dragon man. Their battle strength will soar. Every tribe of the lizardmen believed in a kind of mental totem. This totem is not only a symbol, but it can also give them strength and help them cultivate. The 6 strongest totems are earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Your mission is to obtain as many totems as possible. Obtaining 6 totems will give you extra points in addition to the rating. Obtaining one of these 6 totems will give you 5 points. As for the other totems, obtaining one will give you 1 point. The ancestor really knows how to assign tasks. Does he have a grudge against these lizardmen? Why do you want to steal someone else's totem? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. There really is a grudge between them. Ever since the humans went in to explore, lizardmen would come out of the rift and hunt the humans nearby. Eastern Victory Strong Country is the territory of my Golden Sky region. How can the ancestor tolerate such a thing happening? Actually, there was an ultimate mission, which was to close the crack. If anyone could close the crack, not only will you be rewarded with 20 points, but you will also be rewarded with a monarch armament with 7 dragon patterns. The Flame Emperor replied, "How strong are the lizard men?" Ling Xiao asked. This was crucial. "I'm not sure about the rest, but the leaders of the 6 tribes should be similar to our 4 supreme kings." The Flame Emperor said, Looks like this mission doesn't require us to forcefully seize the totem. Hearing this, Ling Xiao roughly understood that these people were definitely not people they could contend against. If they wanted to seize the totem, they would have to think of another way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. This mission was really a battle of wits and courage. It was not something that could be completed simply with strength. To be honest, if they relied on strength alone, even the 4 Supreme Kings would be at a disadvantage. Do you have anything else you want to ask? The Flame Emperor asked. Of course, the more information about the lizard men, the better. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Ling Xiao firmly believed in this. This was not as simple as completing a mission. It was simply risking their lives. The slightest mistake could lead to death. I've already organized the information for you. Take it and read it carefully. Anyway, it's only today and tomorrow. You have to hurry. In short, the lizardmen and us are like fire and water. After you go in, you must be careful. The Flame Emperor could not help Ling Xiao, so he could only say some words of comfort. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. The Flame Emperor turned and left. Ling Xiao carefully read the information he left behind. As his understanding of the lizardmen deepened, Ling Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. This report was from 50 years ago. At that time, Ling Xiao had not even been born. Not to mention reincarnating into the world. The lizardmen 50 years ago were already incomparably powerful. Wouldn't they be even more terrifying now? It seemed that the Dizun Di really wanted to use this mission to train his ability. However, he also discovered some interesting things. The lizardmen were not united internally, and there were even some conflicts between them. After the most crucial battle, the lizardmen, who once had over 100 tribes, were now left with a total of 13 tribes. Their numbers had also decreased by nearly half. Now, there were still irreconcilable conflicts between the 13 tribes. If the lizardmen fought on their own without a unified leader, then he would not have to be afraid. The problem was that 50 years had passed, and there were no reports about the crack. Some things could not be confirmed. 2 days passed very quickly. The news of Ling Xiao killing Bailey Shiwu had spread throughout the Golden City. Everyone has their own opinions on this. Some people said that it was Bailey Shiwu who took the initiative and Ling Xiao was just protecting himself. There were also people who said that Ling Xiao was too ruthless and shouldn't have killed Bailey Shiwu. No matter what, when the second round of the examination began, the 6 people became 5. Because Bailey Shiwu was dead. This time, the 5 candidates appeared in the Great Emperor Palace. One of the grids on the first floor was decorated as the meeting hall of the City of Gold. The area wasn't small, and it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Today, there were only 14 people here. Apart from the 4 Heavens Supremes, the remaining 10 were all part of the Golden Guards. 2 of them were Ling Xiao's old acquaintances. One was the Golden Ruofeng, and the other was the Golden Godly Codex. Big Brother Ling Xiao. When the Golden Godly Codex saw Ling Xiao, she was as excited as a little rabbit as she skipped over to Ling Xiao's side. She held onto Ling Xiao's arm and started chattering. She said how much she missed Ling Xiao. When the 4 Heavens Supremes saw this, they were stunned. They only knew that the Golden Godly Codex was saved by a martial artist from a remote place in the western region. However, no one would have thought that this person was Ling Xiao. This kid actually came to the 4 regions and became the emperor of the City of Gold. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer a genius in their eyes, but a true monster. That monster. Even young Master Yang Fan told me to kill Ling Xiao. This guy is really a monster. Huang Jinding frowned, and his face turned ugly. An opponent that he did not take seriously in the past had become so troublesome. This was not a good thing. Chapter 4735. Could it be that Ling Xiao is the one who saved the princess? The Flower King asked in surprise. I've saved him twice. The Golden Godly Codex smiled and said, the first time was in Yuhua Town. The second time was when I was cursed by the Heavenly Demon Ghost Tribe. When the Flower King heard that, he couldn't help but feel grateful. He was also surprised. The Golden Godly Codex was his daughter. His daughter had been in danger twice and was saved by someone. She had been thinking of ways to repay her savior. However, Her savior was far away in the western region. They had sent people to look for him, but they could not find him. She had even reprimanded Huang Jinrufeng because of this. She really didn't expect that such an outstanding man would come from such a remote and desolate place. I can't repay you for saving the Godly Codex. When you come back from the Lizardmen tribe, I'll definitely thank you. The Flower King said solemnly. I didn't save the Godly Codex for repayment. You don't have to take it to heart. She's my friend. I should help her. If Ling Xiao wanted repayment, he would have told the Flower King about it the moment he came to the Golden City. Your Highness, you've really surprised me, said Lin Feng. At this moment, Huang Jinrufeng walked over. To be honest, when he heard that Ling Xiao had come to the Golden City, he did not believe it at all. What kind of joke was this? How could someone catch up to him in such a short time? He had even become the Crown Prince and might even become the Golden King, his superior. Yes, I'm surprised too. When I first saw you, I felt like I was looking at a god. That kind of shock was simply unparalleled. I didn't expect that I would be able to stand at the same height as you today. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have such a strong desire to advance. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Huang Jinrufeng was a good person. He had even helped him before, so he had a good impression of him. Moreover, if he became the Golden King, he would definitely rope Huang Jinrufeng in. As the commander of the Golden Guards, Huang Jinrufeng's strength was not inferior to the 4 Supreme Kings at all. All right, it's time for us to catch up, right? The Law King couldn't bear to watch any longer. This Ling Xiao's influence in Golden City seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. If they couldn't get rid of this guy as soon as possible, they might not be able to deal with him in the future. That's true. 5 candidates, please come and receive your Soul Realm imprints. Huang Jinrufeng said. Ling Xiao had seen something similar to the so-called Soul Realm before. It could reflect a person's actions on the mirror. This way, even people thousands of miles away could see what a cultivator was doing through the Soul Realm. The Soul Realm mark would be imprinted on a martial artist's body. It was used to contact the Soul Realm. After the end of this test, it would naturally be removed. After Ling Xiao received the Soul Realm mark, he looked at Raymond. Lei Ming didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao could tell with his Tai Chi eye that Lei Ming was being controlled, just as Bailey Shiwu said. As for the Undying King, he was also silent. He had to be careful in this mission. This was because these 2 people might not care about the mission at all in order to kill him. Instead, they would attack him with all their might. It might be easier to kill these 2 people directly, but I can't do that. After all, these 2 people are only being controlled. If I can save them, I can still get 2 great helpers. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. At this moment, Huang Jinrufeng had already begun to introduce the mission. Ling Xiao had already heard everything he said, but he still pretended to listen to it again. In the end, Huang Jinrufeng reminded him, this mission is extremely difficult. If you can't complete it, then choose to give up. Our score is based on your performance during the process. Therefore, even if you can't complete the mission in the end, you can still get a score. It's just that there aren't that many, but it's better than losing your life. Even the D-Zune doesn't know how strong the lizard men are. Therefore, you have to be careful and don't try to show off. After all, we can see your performance through the Soul Realm, but we can't help you. Even if you are in danger, we can only watch helplessly. Hearing Huang Jinrufeng's words, Ling Xiao felt that this mission was even more difficult. However, he really didn't like to give up halfway. Even if there was the slightest possibility, he didn't want to give up. It would be best if he could complete it. He had to do his best to complete it. In fact, it wasn't just for this mission, but also to train himself. One had to know that leading the Golden City to resist the Lotus Flower was much more difficult than this. If he couldn't even complete this mission, how could he talk about the rest? You have to find the exact location of the Great Crack yourself. This is also part of the test. If you can't even find the location of the Great Crack, it means that you don't have the qualifications to become the Golden Sovereign. You will be directly eliminated. Huang Jinrufeng continued, All right, let's not talk nonsense. Good luck, everyone. Now, you can go to the Dongshang Strong Country. The 5 of them heard the order and turned to leave. Raymond, the Undying King, and Huang Jinyu instantly disappeared after leaving the Great Emperor Palace. It should be the teleportation array to the Dongshang strong country. The Golden City had a teleportation array to the 4 strong countries, so there was no need to hurry. Let's go too. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Shuyi and said, N. Yang Shuyi nodded, and the two of them came to the teleportation array together. You go and complete the mission first. I still have some things to deal with. The Dongshang strong country still owes me a debt. I have to get it back. Ling Xiao sneered, and then directly sent a soul transmission to Yang Shuyi, explaining the situation of Raymond and the others. The soul realm could see his actions and hear his voice, but the soul transmission could prevent such a situation from happening. Yang Shuyi was shocked and angry. She was also a citizen of the Golden City and had lived in the Golden Sky region since she was young. How could she not be angry that her compatriots were framed like this? But now that they were being monitored, she couldn't say much. Ling Xiao, I'm not interested in the position of the Golden Sovereign. I'd better go with you. I can help you. Yang Shuyi said, Forget it. If you help me, I'm afraid some people will gossip again, and it might affect both of our ratings. Let's act separately. If there's any danger, contact me immediately. Ling Xiao still wanted to go on his own. To others, this was a test. To him, this was a rehearsal. Through the teleportation array, they arrived near the Dongshang strong country's imperial capital. Ling Xiao and Yang Shuyi temporarily separated. Yang Shuyi went to look for the Great Crack. Ling Xiao went to the Dongshang strong country's imperial capital. The Dongshang strong country's imperial capital was still very big. Its scale was not inferior to the largest holy city among the 3,000 holy cities. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4736. This was Ling Xiao's first time here. Although he used to live in the Dongshang strong country, he had never been to the imperial capital. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ling Xiao stared at the majestic city walls. A grin emerged on his face. Everything the Dongshang strong country had given him, he was going to return it all. As for the mission, he wasn't worried at all. It wouldn't take long anyway. In the past, the imperial capital of the Dongshang strong country was an existence Ling Xiao didn't dare underestimate. But now, Ling Xiao no longer put the Dongshang strong country in his eyes. A man was standing on top of the imperial capital city gate. He was the direct disciple of the Dongshang emperor. He was also the #1 young warrior in the entire Dongshang strong country. His cultivation base was at the heavenly core realm, the 8th level of the divine core realm. In the entire Dongshang strong country, there was no young warrior who was stronger than him. He was the direct disciple of the emperor, and also the crown prince. The reason why he was here was because the crack had caused the Dongshang strong country to suffer a great loss. Only he was able to fend off some lizard men. Almost every martial artist that entered the city would be strictly interrogated and checked. Of course, this was just a small matter, and he could let his subordinates handle it. All he needed to do was sit here and supervise. As for those who tried to extort money from the passers-by, he just turned a blind eye to it. No one dared to say anything about it. This way, he could increase the loyalty of his subordinates. If he ran into someone who didn't know what was good for him, he would just treat them as lizard men and kill them. He had killed more than 1 or 2 warriors like this before. The lizard men knew some secret skills, and they might even be able to transform into humans. Was he afraid of encountering a tough opponent? That was basically impossible, because warriors who went to the 3,000 saint cities or the Golden City wouldn't come here under normal circumstances. Even if they did, they would inform him in advance. He was over 90 years old, and he had never seen any warriors from the 3,000 saint cities or the Golden City pass through the city gate like commoners. After all, the Dongshang strong country's energy was too thin. Compared to the 3,000 saint cities and the Golden City, it was on a completely different level. Right at this moment, a quarrel suddenly broke out. One of his subordinates was sent flying with a slap. The crown prince stood up abruptly and looked coldly at the figure below. It was a young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. It should be known that in the 4 major regions, a 20-year-old martial artist could only be considered a child. Anyone under 50 years old was considered a teenager. At first, he was worried that his subordinate had kicked an iron plate this time, but when he saw this person's age, he immediately felt relieved. He suddenly jumped down from the top of the gatehouse, releasing a violent aura which shocked the surrounding passers-by. Everyone quickly backed away. They all looked at the young man who was not even 20 years old in confusion. There was actually someone who dared to offend the imperial family here. Wasn't this courting death? Ling Xiao looked at the crown prince. His expression was indifferent. The crown prince was like an ant that he could trample to death at any time. In fact, he might even be inferior to an ant. You dare to hurt this prince's people? The crown prince looked at Ling Xiao with his head held high and shouted sternly. So what if I'm injured? Not killing him is already merciful. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Are you a lizardman spy? The crown prince suddenly said. He directly put a black hat on Ling Xiao's head. Hee, on the way here, I heard that you, the crown prince, like to distort the truth. Today, I see that it's true. If I'm a lizardman spy, then you're the lizardman's child. Ling Xiao joked. Bastard, you're courting death. How dare you slander the crown prince like this? Kill him. When the martial artists guarding the city heard Ling Xiao's words, they all pounced forward. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He just waved his hand casually. More than 10 people all crashed into the city wall and were already unconscious. Bastard! The crown prince was finally enraged. He threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. The palm strike was so strong that it made the passers-by uneasy. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the 10 judges of the City of Gold were looking at him. However, he was a person who did things his own way. Even if he didn't get a single point in this round, he still had to take revenge. He still had to do what he had to do. In fact, he didn't care about what others thought. He only wanted to be himself. A cold smile appeared on his face. He also threw a palm strike. There was a cracking sound. The crown prince's arm was already shattered. Even the bloody bone was exposed. The crown prince screamed. He hugged his arm and howled in pain. He realized that he had encountered a tough opponent today. Although it was painful and frustrating, he had to lower his head. However, he had to lower his head. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Hero, please spare my life. I didn't recognize you. The crown prince knelt on the ground. The passers-by were stunned by the scene. Who would have thought that the crown prince, who was usually arrogant, would kneel to a passerby today? This wasn't a dream, right? As he knelt, someone had already sneaked into the palace. The Emperor of Dongsheng was a half-step to the divine body realm. In the past, Ling Xiao couldn't see through many people's cultivation because he was weak. However, now that he thought about it, the emperors of the 4 strongest countries were probably as strong as the top 10 city lords of the 3,000 sacred cities. This time, when he came to the capital of Dongsheng Strong Country, he casually scanned the entire city. There was only one half-step to the divine body realm martial artist. It could only be the Emperor of Dongsheng. Ling Xiao also noticed the person who ran to report, but he didn't intend to stop him. He had originally come here to find the Dongsheng Emperor and settle the matters of the past. On one hand, it was for himself. On the other hand, it was for the Emperor of Dongsheng. It was better to leave the Dongsheng Strong Country to the descendants of the Emperor of Dongsheng. After all, those people were now treating him as their master. Hero, please uphold justice for me. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to deal with the crown prince, a young man in ragged clothes ran out from the crowd. Then, he knelt on the ground. This young man was actually older than Ling Xiao. He looked to be in his 40s and was very weak. He was only in the divine pulse realm. Uphold justice? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Tell me, what kind of justice do you want me to uphold for you? Hero, this is the crown prince. He used his power to take away my family's heirloom treasure. He even killed my family of more than 10 people. I was still young back then and was hidden by my father. I was lucky to escape. However, I watched my family die in front of me. I wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, I still don't have the strength to do so. I'm lucky to have met you. If you can take revenge for me, I'm willing to do anything for you. The young man said with righteous indignation, Do you have any evidence? Although Ling Xiao could tell that the young man wasn't lying, he still wanted the Golden City's judges to see that he was eliminating evil. Chapter 4737. Of course, hero, please take a look. The young man took out the memory medal and recalled what happened that day. The crown prince's arrogant, despotic, and insufferably arrogant appearance was on full display. "Don't worry, I will definitely uphold justice for you." Ling Xiao glanced at the young man and said, "To be honest, I'm a martial artist from the 3000 Holy City. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can voice it out. Even if it was done by the royal family, don't be afraid." 3000 Holy City. He was actually a martial artist from the 3000 Holy City. The crown prince's expression changed drastically. The surrounding passers-by were extremely excited. The 3000 Holy City was simply a holy land in the hearts of the martial artists of the four great powers. As for the Golden City, they had heard very little about it. Many people had never even heard of it. "My son was captured and hasn't returned yet. The imperial court won't give an explanation. My wife was killed by the crown prince's demon beast when she was walking on the road. There was no explanation. My poor daughter was forcefully recruited into the palace because she was beautiful. She was said to be a concubine, but in the end, she was gone for 3 years and there was no news of her." Damn, he didn't know if he didn't ask, but he was shocked when he asked. What kind of dirty things did the Dongsheng royal family do? Perhaps they didn't think much of it. But when they met someone as serious as Ling Xiao, or rather, someone who deliberately caused trouble for them, they were really unlucky. "Shut up, you unruly people. What nonsense are you talking about?" The crown prince roared sternly. "Wow, you're quite fierce. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant after doing something wrong?" Ling Xiao sneered. "Kid, don't go too far. My father knows the Law King of the Golden City. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. Our Dongsheng royal family gives half of the taxes to the Law King every year. He will definitely uphold justice for us." The crown prince probably didn't know that what he said and did would be seen by the people in the Golden City. In addition to the judges, there was also a giant screen soul realm outside. Basically, every martial artist in the Golden City could see and hear it. At this moment, the face of Huang Jianding, who was in the Emperor Palace, turned black. Damn, why did Ling Xiao go to the Dongsheng royal family for no reason? Although he could deny it flatly, people were not fools. They had a scale in their hearts. "Everyone, don't listen to this person's nonsense. This old man has never known this fellow." Huang Jianding hurriedly explained. "I've never done it before. Why are you in such a hurry?" The Flame Emperor smiled. Huang Jianding was extremely embarrassed. The more he explained, the more unclear it became. Ling Xiao, who was at the scene, was amused. He didn't expect to dig out such a big worm. Being able to cause trouble for the Punishment King Huang Jianding was something he would never tire of doing. "Nonsense. I also know Lord Law King. As one of the 4 great supreme kings, how could he accept your bribe so shamelessly? You should know what the consequences of slandering a supreme being are." A hint of a smile flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he shouted sternly. "Slander? How could we slander Lord King of Law? After all, he is on the same boat as us. If you don't believe me, the annual bribe ledger is still in the hands of our royal family. It was a person called Miyazaki who contacted us. Every time he came, he would bring Lord Law King's warrant. My father once had the chance to meet Lord Law King and is very familiar with his aura, so he definitely won't be mistaken." The Crown Prince only cared about showing off his relationship with the Punishment King, but he didn't expect that he would be forcing himself to death. Inside the great Emperor Palace, the Flame Emperor suddenly laughed. "Isn't Miyazaki your disciple? One of the commanders of the Punishment Palace. Also, he has your warrant, so it can't be fake. It must be Miyazaki who is messing around behind my back. Men, bring Miyazaki here." The Punishment King wanted to kill Miyazaki now, so that there would be no evidence. Anyway, this matter couldn't be investigated to Miyazaki. Ling Xiao was actually clear about this point. He didn't expect this matter to topple the Punishment King. He just wanted to add some gambling to the Punishment King and kill another punishment commander. Anything that could make the Punishment King unhappy would make him happy. "Since you said so, I'll go with you to the palace to see your so-called evidence." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Everyone who is willing to believe me, follow me. If the Dongsheng royal family is really as despicable as you say, I will definitely give you justice today. He called out to those who complained and then picked up the crown prince. He headed in the direction of the palace. The crown prince sneered in his heart. He wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, but his father was definitely not a problem. Looking at his age, Ling Xiao was not even 20 years old. Even the martial artists from the 3,000 sacred city weren't that strong. And his father's strength was equivalent to the most powerful 3,000 sacred cities' sacred lord. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defy the heavens. Perhaps he didn't even need to do anything. As long as he took out evidence of his relationship with the Punishment King, this kid would definitely be scared out of his wits. Along the way, they saw the crown prince being held hostage, whether it was the city guards or the patrol team. And the martial artists from the Dongshang Strong Country all came to rescue him. In their opinion, as long as they could save the crown prince, it would be a great merit. They would be able to live a good life in the future. But who knew that the result would be the same? They were all beaten up badly. All of them were crying for their parents. They were all shocked that such a young person could be so powerful. The crown prince was hoping that someone could save him. But after experiencing all these, he was disappointed. It seemed that he could only ask his father to save him. Hero, looking at your strength, I'm afraid you've already reached the Shattered Core Realm? This kid was not stupid. He even knew to test Ling Xiao's cultivation. Not that strong, but not too far. The peak of the ultimate core realm. Ling Xiao said calmly. No wonder. The crown prince smiled bitterly. Including him and the martial artist who helped him, they were at most in the middle stage of the ultimate core realm. How could they be a match for this monster? He could only rely on his father. But then again, the martial artists from the 3,000 sacred city were powerful. They had reached the peak of the ultimate core realm at such a young age. Terrifying. But to challenge the entire Dongshang royal family with such strength, wasn't he courting death? Because of the crowd behind him, Ling Xiao didn't walk very fast. When he was about 1,000 meters away from the palace, he was met with a group of martial artists. One of them was wearing armor that was shining with golden light. He was a 5th stage Shattered Core Realm martial artist. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the half-step Divine Body Realm, it was much stronger than the Ultimate Core Realm. General Chen, save me. Kill all these rebels. The Crown Prince shouted for help. Maybe because he felt that he had someone to rely on, he was very confident. Oh, you're really bold. You want to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Chapter 4738. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Since you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Hearing this, the Crown Prince was scared out of his wits. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. If you're really with the King of Punishment, I wouldn't dare to kill you. Ling Xiao laughed. The Crown Prince was relieved. Good that you know. General Chen rushed over. How dare you? Release the Crown Prince immediately, or you'll die here. Ling Xiao threw the Crown Prince aside. This trash was still useful, so he didn't want to kill him for the time being. As for General Chen, he smiled as he looked at the crowd of over 10,000 people behind him and asked, what crime did this General Chen commit? Yes, he's the Dongshang Emperor's loyal dog. He helped the Dongshang Emperor with his dirty deeds. He's the worst accomplice. In order to occupy resources, he didn't hesitate to kill the people of a town. A voice came from the crowd. Good that you're guilty. Chen, do you plead guilty? Ling Xiao looked at General Chen and shouted sternly, a bunch of ants. So be it. You're going to die today. General Chen didn't care about Ling Xiao at all, so he didn't mind telling the truth. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered. Then I'll let you pay for this ant's life today. General Chen, don't be careless. This kid is at the peak of the extreme core realm. He's not easy to deal with. The Crown Prince shouted. However, his eyes were full of sarcasm when he looked at Ling Xiao. He seemed to be saying, kid, you didn't expect it, right? You fell for it. You, an extreme core realm martial artist, dared to break into the capital of the Dongshang Kingdom. Even if you're a martial artist from the 3,000 sacred cities, you'll die. I'm a martial artist from the 3,000 sacred cities. Do you dare to kill me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The 3,000 sacred cities are nothing. We're related to the King of Punishment, Huang Jinding. Killing you would be a waste of time. General Chen didn't care and rushed over fiercely. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The terrifying attack, which was enough to destroy a house, directly blasted onto Ling Xiao's body. Little bastard! How dare you kidnap the crown prince? Your crimes are unforgivable. Seeing the violent fist energy explode, the smoke and dust on the street swirled up, filling the air with the figures of Ling Xiao and General Chen. The crown prince was suddenly excited. He fiercely looked at Ling Xiao. Stinky brat, you dare to break this prince's arm. Now you know how powerful I am. He knew that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. A mere martial artist at the peak of the ultimate stage of core was facing General Chen, who was at the 5th level of the core shattering stage. There was no chance of survival. However, in the next moment, when the dust settled, everyone was stunned. They saw an inconceivable scene. Ling Xiao was not dead. General Chen was lifted up by the neck. It was like holding a struggling chick. General Chen was even more terrified. He realized that he could do nothing but struggle. His true essence was completely sealed, and he couldn't use it at all. That's impossible. Aren't you a warrior of the ultimate stage of Dan? The Crown Prince asked in shock. Tell me, how did you become the Crown Prince with your IQ? Do you really believe everything I say? You believe me when I say I'm a warrior of the divine body realm? Ling Xiao mocked. At that moment, the Crown Prince's face turned pale, and his body became powerless. Oh no, not only did I meet a tough guy today, but I also met a steel plate. How can such a young person be so powerful? How did he cultivate? It's unbelievable. At that moment, more and more martial artists gathered. The martial artists who hated the royal family were extremely excited. As for the martial artists who were loyal to the royal family, they were a little uneasy. General Chen, the commander of the royal guards, was easily captured by a brat who was not even 20 years old. What's wrong with this world? If this is a joke from the heavens, let it end quickly. Let me go, let me go. I know the punishment king. If you dare to kill me, you're dead. General Chen was still struggling and shouting. Ling Xiao looked at the sky with a smile. He knew that the punishment king Huang Jinding must be watching this scene. This guy actually dares to slander our great punishment king. He deserves to die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and pinched General Chen to death with one hand. It looked like he was attacking General Chen, but in reality, he was targeting the punishment king. The punishment king's face was extremely ugly. At that moment, Miyazaki was brought over. The penal law king didn't even ask any questions and directly slapped him to death. Miyazaki was his personal disciple. Moreover, he was one of his most valued disciples. If Ling Xiao didn't expose him, he wouldn't have died. The punishment king Huang Jinding was really anxious now. Ling Xiao, even if Yang Fan didn't urge him, he still couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao. Brat, you actually dare to kill in our Dongshan country's capital. Looks like you're tired of living. Brothers, this guy killed our commander. Don't you think we should kill him? At that moment, there were already thousands of Dongshan country's martial artists gathered. Perhaps it was their advantage in numbers that gave them the right to clamor. They actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The group of people all rushed towards Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Your Majesty! Your Majesty is here. The martial artist rushing towards Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the man in the yellow robe excitedly. As expected, he was a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. If this was in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to fight against this enemy. But now, he didn't care about it at all. Ling Xiao lifted the crown prince and looked at the Dongsheng emperor with disdain. The other party's eyes revealed a domineering light. He looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Your Majesty, you've had enough of showing off. Shouldn't you let him go? Do I have to let him go just because you want me to? How embarrassing would that be for me? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Your crown prince has done all kinds of evil. There's no way he can live today. He even slandered our Golden City's King of Law, Lord King of Law, for accepting bribes, which is a crime deserving of death. I have no choice but to kill him. Your Majesty, don't go overboard. This is the Dongshan country, not the 3,000 sacred cities. Even in the 3,000 sacred cities, The sacred lord of Scarlet Sun Sacred City is my best friend. You won't offend him, right? The Dongsheng Emperor said coldly. Look at you. Of all people, you have to be friends with that idiot. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had already killed the sacred lord of Scarlet Sun, and the 3,000 sacred cities had already changed. Perhaps it was because it had only been a short time, so the Dongsheng Emperor didn't know. Brat, you're really arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the sacred lord of Scarlet Sun. The Dongsheng Emperor, who was a half-step divine body realm, suddenly threw a punch, and the whole world turned golden. This punch of his caused those martial artists following behind Ling Xiao to immediately fall into despair. In their hearts, the Dongsheng Emperor was a god. Even in a sacred land like the 3,000 sacred cities, he was a godlike existence. Chapter 4739. In the eyes of Ling Xiao, the godlike existence of the Dongsheng strong country was laughable and sad. Ling Xiao did not even make a move and allowed the Dongsheng Emperor's fist to land on him. The violent force rolled, but when the fist landed on Ling Xiao's body, it sounded as if it had hit metal. The Eastern Victory strong country's martial artists all revealed gloating expressions. They cursed Ling Xiao in their hearts. But this excitement only lasted for a moment. Next, they saw the most unbelievable scene of their lives. The Dongsheng Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm, which was aimed at Ling Xiao, was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight. He was the one who attacked Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was not hurt at all. Instead, it was the Dongsheng Emperor who was seriously injured. How could such a strange scene not be shocking? No, this is impossible. I don't believe this is true. The crown prince was completely dumbfounded. The Dongsheng Emperor was his last hope. If his father was defeated, then who could save him? The rest were in disbelief too. The Dongsheng Emperor was the most powerful existence in Dongsheng strong country. He was like a god, standing above everyone else. Here, no one dared to defy him or question him. But at this moment, this legend seemed to have been shattered. A young man from an unknown place made the Dongsheng Emperor pay a painful price with his terrifying strength. The difference in strength was huge. Ling Xiao did not even make a move. It was too strange. It was too strange. Ling Xiao sneered and did not give the Dongsheng Emperor a chance to escape. In a flash, he was in front of the Dongsheng Emperor. He held the crown prince in one hand and the Dongsheng Emperor in the other. That domineering and valiant aura made the other martial artists not dare to move an inch. Hee, kill me? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at the Dongsheng Emperor with contempt. Your Excellency, don't be rash. The Dongsheng Emperor hurriedly said, We do have a close relationship with the King of Punishment. This is definitely true. Please, for his sake, spare us snobs. Even the Emperor could tell from the attack just now that Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. Right now, he only wanted to save his own life. If he survived, he would still be the Dongsheng Emperor and control the Dongsheng strong country. He could abuse his power. So what if he made a fool of himself? No one would dare to expose his shortcomings anyway. Really? I don't believe it. Ling Xiao sneered. How could the penal law king have anything to do with you ants? Don't kill us. I'll go get the evidence now. The crown prince said hurriedly, All right, if you don't show up in half an hour, I'll kill your father and slaughter the royal family. You must remember it well. My divine sense has enveloped the entire imperial city. Running away is not realistic. It will only bring you a fatal disaster. Ling Xiao said coldly, All right, no problem. After the crown prince was released, he rushed to the palace like a madman. The rest looked at this scene and sighed. The royal family of Dongsheng was also abusing their power. What kind of terrifying existence had they offended today? Don't you want to know who I am? Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he stood there, calm and unruffled. You must be an expert from the City of Gold, right? The Dongsheng Emperor was not too stupid. There was no such expert in the 3,000 sacred cities. Ling Xiao could only be an expert from the City of Gold. Hee, I didn't ask you that. Do you still remember the small country of Purple Spirit? Do you remember the insignificant person who was almost killed by you, the ant-like Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You know Ling Xiao? The Dongsheng Emperor would never have thought that the person in front of him was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was an insignificant person, he knew him. Not only did he know him, but he also tried to kill Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao killed his disciple. Of course, the cause was that his disciple wanted to take Ling Xiao's life and snatch the treasure from Ling Xiao. But he certainly did not dare to say that now. To be honest, I don't know anything about dealing with Ling Xiao. Everything was done by my stupid disciple. He's dead now. Even if you want to avenge Ling Xiao, you can't blame us. You're trying to push the blame away. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Unfortunately, I'm Ling Xiao. When you went to Purple Spirit, you probably didn't take me seriously. So you can't help it. To tell you the truth, I'm here today for revenge. Buzz. The Dongsheng Emperor was dumbfounded. The person in front of him was actually Ling Xiao? He was actually the lowly ant from back then? The ant that could easily kill his disciple? How could he have grown so much in such a short time? This was too terrifying. But what happened next made him feel even more hopeless. Ling Xiao touched the Dongsheng Emperor ring gently. Do you know what this is? This is the Dongsheng Emperor ring that you've been dreaming of. There's also the Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongsheng Demon Sword. Ling Xiao summoned the two swords and smiled faintly. Today, he could finally confirm the grade of these three treasures. The Dongsheng Emperor Ring was an emperor weapon with 6 dragon patterns. The Dongsheng Heaven Sword and Dongsheng Demon Sword were both emperor weapons with 6 dragon patterns. Until today, they were still extremely powerful weapons. Even for a 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, this was a rare emperor weapon. Therefore, it would not be eliminated for now. You've obtained all of the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor's inheritance? No wonder. The Dongsheng Emperor laughed bitterly. Looks like I don't have to use the Punishment King, because you're determined to kill me, right? That's right. Not only are you full of evil, but you've also offended me and tried to kill me. It won't make sense if I don't kill you. Besides, the Dongsheng Strong Country should be handed over to the descendants of the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor. You don't deserve to have it. Ling Xiao was someone who would definitely do what he promised. Even though the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor did not specifically ask Ling Xiao to do this, he still had to return the favor. If it were not for the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor, he would not be where he was today. The Dongsheng Emperor Ring, the Dongsheng Heaven Sword, and the Dongsheng Demon Sword were 3 treasures that he still used. As for the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor's inheritance, it had always helped him to break through and cultivate. Since you've decided to kill me, why did you ask the Crown Prince to get the evidence? The Dongsheng Emperor was confused. Well, it's because I know that someone will definitely ask his subordinates to kill the Crown Prince after finding out about this. Therefore, the Crown Prince should be dead by now. Ling Xiao smiled cunningly at the sky. The Punishment King Huang Jinding spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just gone out and used the 1,000-mile voice transmission talisman to order his subordinates in the Dongsheng Strong Country to kill the Crown Prince and destroy the evidence. Now that he had just returned and sat down, he heard such words. He was almost angered to death. This Ling Xiao was too cunning. He seemed to have calculated every step of the way. If the Crown Prince is dead, your evidence will be gone. You won't be able to overthrow the Punishment King. Then he will definitely kill you. I'll wait for you below. The Dongsheng Emperor sneered. End of chapter. Chapter 4740. Evidence? Do you think you can overthrow the King of Law with that bit of evidence? You underestimate our King of Law too much. I'm afraid he has already found a scapegoat and killed him. Even if I get the evidence back, it's meaningless. Once I find that person, the clues will be cut off. It's meaningless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. In the great Emperor Palace, the Flame Emperor was rocking back and forth with laughter. Huang Jinding, did you discuss this with the Imperial Prince? How did he know what you were doing in the Dongsheng Kingdom? That Miyazaki really died in time. The King of Law's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. He knew that anything he said now would only make things worse. It was better to keep silent. However, his hatred for Ling Xiao had become even more intense. He looked at the Soul Realm. In the other scene, Yang Shuyi, Huang Jinyu, Lei Ming, and the Immortal King had already found the entrance to the crack and entered. As for Ling Xiao, he was still performing. In addition, if the Crown Prince is really dead, it reminds me of something. The King of Law has spies in the Dongshan Kingdom, and he might even have spies in the crack. What a powerful person. I have to be careful. Ling Xiao said this on purpose. This way, if a mysterious enemy attacked Ling Xiao, he would be thought to be sent by the King of Law. Why couldn't Huang Jinding wash his hands clean? He had originally arranged for an assassin to quietly get rid of Ling Xiao. Even if people saw it through the soul realm, they wouldn't be able to guess it was him. But now that Ling Xiao said this, he was completely embarrassed. Also, before you die, let me tell you something interesting. The King of Law could see everything that happened here. Not only could he see it, but the upper echelons of the Golden City could also see it. Interesting, right? When Ling Xiao said this, the Dongsheng Emperor was completely dumbfounded. This kid was too cunning. They were used by this guy like fools. How hateful. I'll fight you to the death. The Dongsheng Emperor suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao as if he had gone crazy. Fight? Will it work? Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and the space where the Dongsheng Emperor was completely shattered. His entire body shattered into pieces and disappeared. The Crown Prince's aura had also disappeared. It was certain that he had been killed. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the cultivators from the Dongshan country. Your emperor is dead. If anyone dares to bully the citizens again, I will definitely kill them when I return from my mission. I am a man of my word. I'm sure all of you have seen that the enmity between me and the Dongsheng Emperor has been formed since a long time ago. You only reported it today? I'm very patient. With that, he turned around and left. Ziqinya, Zilong, and the descendants of the Dongshang ancient emperor would arrive in 2 to 3 days. Dealing with the aftermath. He didn't need to worry about that. Next, it was time to focus on the assessment. He couldn't afford to be careless. After all, the other 4 had already found the location of the Great Rift. Of course, since they had found it, Ling Xiao had also found it. If Yang Shuyi found it, she would naturally tell him. On Raymond's body, Ling Xiao had secretly left a trace of soul force. Whether it was the Immortal King or Huang Jinyu, they would inform Raymond when they found the Great Rift. After all, Raymond was now a puppet. The reason why he chose Raymond instead of the other 2 was that he was afraid of being discovered. At this moment, the Golden City was in an uproar. The warriors outside and the judges in the Great Emperor Palace all had their own opinions about the current situation. On a huge soul realm, it was divided into 5 images. At the same time, it recorded the actions of the 5 people. This Ling Xiao is really something. No matter what the reason is, he actually abandoned the D Zun's mission and went to take revenge for his personal grudge. It's simply unreasonable. Although he got rid of a scum like the Dongsheng Emperor, it also reflected his selfishness from the side. If he becomes the Golden Sovereign, what will happen? Obviously, there were people of the Law King among the judges. After all, the Golden Guards were still humans. Moreover, the D Zun hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. There were even rumors that he was dead. This made many Golden Guards look for new backers. Of the 10 judges today, 5 of them had joined the Golden Cauldron. No one knew about this. It was just that when they were discussing, they seemed to be speaking fairly, but they were obviously criticizing Ling Xiao. They wanted to shift everyone's attention to the assessment and forget about the Law King. This could be said to be well-intentioned. As soon as he finished speaking, another judge stood up and nodded. That's a fair statement. I also admit that Ling Xiao is capable, and what he did today is not wrong, but he chose the wrong time. Is such a person who doesn't know his priorities really qualified to be the Golden Sovereign? If the Golden City encounters a big matter in the future, he will deal with his own private affairs. Then wouldn't everything be over? Unreliable. Really unreliable. Yes, Ling Xiao is not qualified to be the Golden Sovereign at all. After all, he is an outsider after all. It is impossible for him to put the Golden City in his heart. When faced with a choice, I am sure that he will choose his friends and not the interests of the Golden City. I don't hate him personally, but he is not suitable to be the Golden Sovereign. These words were said beautifully and were much more vicious than directly attacking Ling Xiao. Now that you've said it, you're right. I was sure that he was recommended by the ancestor, so there was no way I was wrong. But it is hard to guarantee that this guy will not become the second Feng Chenxiao. There were a total of 10 judges, and 5 of them had been bribed by the Law King or had joined the Law King. Therefore, when they spoke, it was completely one-sided. At this time, the Golden God Codex, who was also a judge, was unhappy. You have the nerve. Is Dongsheng Strong Country not a place of my Golden Sky region? You have allowed that villain to be the emperor for so many years. Ling Xiao eradicated him today, and look at how happy the people are. Isn't this for the Golden City? You say that Ling Xiao is selfish? He did not accept bribes from others. Yes. Judges, please be clear about this. This round is based on the completion of the mission. You've already gotten the scoring points. The matter just now has nothing to do with the points. If someone uses this matter to make things difficult, I feel that they are scheming something. Huang Jinrufeng sneered. If it were me, I would also make the same choice as Ling Xiao. If you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? You can't even deal with the villain of Dongsheng Strong Country. How can you rule the entire Golden Sky region? Commander said it well. Although Ling Xiao was not a native of the 4 major domains, he was not a native of the 4 major domains. But he will definitely not drop the ball at the critical moment. I believe that he will be able to complete the mission smoothly. At the same time, we will find out the Golden City's Huang Fu Long. After this person finished speaking, he specially glanced at the Law King. This person had really done a lot of dirty things in the 100 years before the Overlord appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 47-41. In such a situation, no one could convince the other. In the end, they didn't say anything. Everything depended on the result. Would Ling Xiao be able to stand out? Could Huang Jinyu come out on top? Everything was still undecided. However, the debate outside was more ferocious. Those martial artists even fought for their supporters. The Punishment Hall and the Fire King Palace almost went on a rampage and killed someone. If not for the 2 Supreme Kings stopping them, it wouldn't have ended well. From this point, it could be seen that it was too difficult to convince one group of people to accept another group of people. Or it could be said that it was almost impossible, unless one group of people was completely defeated. Suddenly, in the Great Emperor Palace, the 4 Supreme Kings and Huang Jinrufeng frowned. Uninvited guests are here. I'll go out and take a look. The Fire King flew out. The Golden City stood loftily on a piece of King's paradise. It was quiet and mysterious. It was full of deterrence. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared in the distant sky. They stepped into the range of Golden City and quickly approached. The aura of these 3 people was very terrifying. They were the top experts in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. One of them was wearing a black robe, which was gloomy and terrifying. Everything in the area he was in began to wither. A cloud of black gas wrapped around him, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. This person was the Nether Devil Master of the 9 underworlds. Not far from him stood a tall and mighty middle-aged man. His blue hair was shining with bright electric current. His whole body seemed to be wrapped by this electric current. His face was always revealing a look of anger. This person was the Thunder Star Master of the Thunder Astral Boundary. Next to him was another man. He was tall and wore a big red robe, but his hair was scarlet red. Compared to the Thunder Star Master, his figure was slimmer, but his temper seemed to be more fiery. This was the Raging Flame Star Master of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary. The last person was a woman. Where she stood, the wind raged, and the wind elements seemed to be rushing towards her desperately. This woman was the Storm Star Master of the Storm Astral Boundary. These 4 people were the emperors of the 9 worlds. The top existences, they seemed to have ulterior motives for coming here today. Why didn't the 4 of you inform us in advance that you were coming to my Golden City? We have to hold a banquet to welcome you. A voice came from afar. It was rough and domineering. The Flame Emperor had arrived. Behind the Fire Emperor were the Law Emperor, the Flower Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor. It was probably because they sensed the strength of the newcomer that they did not dare to be careless. It was not a small matter for the 4 sovereigns to appear at the same time. They had to come out together. Fire King, you're asking the obvious. Ling Xiao killed a disciple of my demon realm in the world of souls. Today, I only want Ling Xiao. As long as you hand him over, nothing will happen." The Nether Demon Lord said coldly. It seemed to be an accusation, but what happened in the world of souls was rather complicated. No one could say for sure. What was strange was that with the deep-sea dragon domain as an example, these people still dared to come. There was a thought-provoking meaning in this. Ling Xiao gained the most from the trip to the world of souls. He has to give us an explanation for killing our disciple for no reason. Thunder Starlord said coldly. That's right. The Raging Flame astral boundary also needs an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Raging Flame Starlord snorted. A few days ago, the deep-sea dragon domain was massacred and the entire dragon city was destroyed. We suspect that it was done by the experts of the Golden City. So, please give us an explanation for this. After all, the deep-sea dragon domain and the Tempest astral boundary are allies. The Storm Starlord's reason was interesting, but overall, the four of them had the same purpose, which was to find fault with the Golden City. Bullsh *T. The Fire King was also hot-tempered. He said angrily, "Nether Demon Lord, you shameless old thing. You're a warrior from the demon realm of the Nine Serenities. You've done something shameful in the world of souls. In the end, you killed yourself and blamed it on Ling Xiao? And you, Thunder Starlord, you're not young anymore. How can you be so shameless? You martial artist from the Thunder Astral Boundary, the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, and the Tempest Astral Boundary joined forces to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, you were killed by Ling Xiao. If it were me, I would also feel ashamed. How dare you come to find him so confidently? Lastly, what you said about the deep-sea dragon realm is even more ridiculous. Perhaps the deep-sea dragon domain has done a lot of evil in their daily lives and is suffering retribution. What does that have to do with our Golden City? You're actually asking us for an explanation? You're such a laughable woman. I thought you were here as guests, so I gave you some face. Do you really think you are a dish? Get out of my sight as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The City of Gold is really impressive." The Nether Devil Master sneered and said, "Although the Golden Heavenly region is getting worse by the day, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It could still hold on for a few hundred years. If you allow your disciples to run amok like this, then you will not be able to do as you please. Then I think the Golden Sky region will be finished very soon." Ha 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 ha. Fire King laughed wildly. "If you have the guts, come and find trouble with my Golden Sky region. I'll let you see if the Golden Sky domain will be destroyed by you first, or your 9 underworlds devil domain. Those bastards from the deep-sea dragon domain also threatened us. I believe you saw what happened in the end. We, the Golden Heavens, do not stir up trouble, but we are never afraid of trouble. Since the 9 underworlds devil domain dared to threaten the Golden Heavens, Fire King could not show weakness. You guys also have the same intention?" The Thunder Star Master looked at the other three and asked. The other three naturally would not say anything else. Even if it was the Punishment King, it was impossible for him to cower in the face of someone threatening to destroy the Golden Sky region. After all, he still wanted to be the sovereign of the Golden Heavenly region in the future. "Good, very good." The Thunder Star Master sneered and said, "The Golden Heavenly region is really impressive. Remember what you said today. I hope you won't regret it in the future. I'm leaving." After speaking, he broke through the sky and left. The Nether Devil Master and the Storm Star Master also turned and left. However, the Inferno Star Master paused for a moment and glanced at Fire King. "You guys are finished. You have already become the public enemy of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Other than the Savage Beast region, the Eternal Palace, and the Heavenly Devil Ghost region, everyone else will join our alliance. At that time, 9 out of the remaining 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds will become your enemies. What should you guys do?" He let out a wild laugh before turning around and leaving. The 4 of them instantly disappeared into the horizon. They came quickly and left quickly as well. The Flower King frowned and said, "It seems like there will be a lot of trouble in the future. We must choose the Golden Sovereign as soon as possible." Humph. At this moment, The punishment king Huang Jinding let out a cold snort. There were outsiders here just now, so I didn't say anything. But now, you guys have seen it. For a mere Ling Xiao, you want the golden heavenly region to become the enemy of the 9 great forces. No, it might even be the 10 great forces. Ling Xiao is still holding the eternal emperor's daughter. Do you really think it's worth it? Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 47-42. Hearing the punishment king's words. The fire emperor was furious and roared. Are you still a martial artist of the golden heavens region? Do you still put the D-Zune in your eyes? You actually want to abandon the imperial prince appointed by the D-Zune? Besides, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Without Ling Xiao, they will use other reasons. I think this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Under normal circumstances, these fellows would not join hands with each other. Someone must be instigating them from behind. Just as the punishment king was about to speak, the thunder king also nodded and said, "This time, I think the fire emperor is right. These guys are obviously trying to scam us. The destruction of the deep sea dragon region was not done by us at all, but they still insist on blaming us. Their intentions are worthy of death." The flower king also nodded and said, "The root of this matter is probably those treasures. Punishment king, you won't let us give the treasures to those 4 forces, right? Ling Xiao is now the imperial prince, and might even become the golden sovereign. Don't make a mistake on this matter, or you will really become the sinner of the golden heavens region." That's right. So what if they join forces? Does our golden heavens region have to betray our dignity? Punishment king, don't forget that the D-Zune is still alive. In the 4 regions and 9 worlds, except for the Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region and the Eternal Emperor of the Eternal Palace. No one is his match. We can't admit defeat, and we won't admit defeat. After the Fire Emperor finished speaking, he flew away. The other 2 also turned and left. The Punishment King's face was somewhat gloomy. This time, he was actually refuted by the other 3 people. The feeling was really unpleasant. Golden Cauldron. Suddenly, a voice came from the dark. Yang Fan, dressed in white, walked out. He smiled faintly and said, "Why do you care? Anyway, the Golden Heavens region is going to be finished." The mastermind behind this is actually the young master? Golden Cauldron said in surprise. That's right. Give them some benefits and some threats, and they will naturally listen obediently. Yang Fan chuckled and said, "However, this is not all. Soon, the Chaotic Sand Sea will hold a 4 regions 9 world summit. It's specifically targeted at the Golden Heavens region." While Yang Fan was telling Golden Cauldron this, the 9 forces of the 4 regions 9 worlds were already rushing towards the Chaotic Sand Sea. All the schemes would start from there. At the same time, some small sects and forces also joined in. Rumor had it that the City of Gold was trying to conquer the 4 regions and 9 realms. Many small sects and forces had already been destroyed. Even a colossus like the Deep Sea Dragon realm was destroyed. The 4 regions and 9 worlds suddenly became lively. The entire 4 regions were in an uproar. Crusade Summit. Against the Golden Sky region? This was something that had never happened in history. Other than the major and minor forces, there were 9 other major forces that had joined the alliance. This was truly shocking. More and more rumors were spreading. Almost everyone thought that the Golden Sky domain was finished. The mastermind was hiding in a dark corner and sniggering. "Wait until you're done killing each other. It's time for us to enter the stage." Perhaps this was the so-called mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At this moment, Ling Xiao was at the center of the whirlpool. But he still didn't know about these things, because he had already entered the Great Crack. This rift was completely different from what he had imagined. Although the lizardmen were still in tribal mode, their standard of living seemed to be better than he had imagined. He strolled into a lizardman tribe and changed his appearance to that of a lizard man. This was just in case. But what surprised him was that the city of this tribe was actually very sturdy. In fact, there were even humans in the market. What was going on? Ling Xiao frowned, but on the surface, he remained calm. He walked to a restaurant and prepared to ask for some information. This was the place where information was the most accessible in a city. After ordering a few side dishes, he sat there and drank alone. Suddenly, a kitten that looked like white jade came out of his clothes. It actually held the jar and drank. Damn, aren't you a puppet? Can you drink? Ling Xiao was speechless. What do you know? Not only can I drink, but I can also eat. It's just that ordinary food can't satisfy my appetite. The kitten curled its lips, as if it was despising Ling Xiao for being ignorant. What a cute kitten. Brother Jinxiu, I want that kitten. At this moment, a delicate voice was heard. Ling Xiao couldn't help but glance at it. He almost vomited. Damn. A white female lizard man was actually acting coquettishly to a human-looking warrior. This female lizard man was quite slender. Perhaps in the eyes of the lizard men, she was indeed a rare beauty. But in the eyes of humans, it was not complimentary. Other than the fact that the lizard men walked upright, they were almost completely different from humans. But then again, this was other people's freedom. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered. He had his own things to do. But this female lizard man clearly wanted his white jade cat. How could he give it to her? This white jade cat was related to the success rate of his fusion with the beast god bloodline. If he gave it to someone else, what would happen? Moreover, after spending a long time with this little guy, he had feelings for it. He was not the kind of person who would casually sell his friends to others. But this matter didn't seem to be so easy to solve. The man called Jinxiu beside the female lizard man looked to be in his 30s. He looked handsome and confident. He had the appearance of a young hero. Of course, what Ling Xiao paid attention to was not his appearance, but the powerful aura he released. Extraordinary. More outstanding than Wang Quan, Tianming, and Huang Jinlan, whom Ling Xiao had seen before. There were 3 other people sitting at the same table as this man. A pretty girl who looked to be in her 20s. But her strength was definitely more outstanding than most of the geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. With a pretty face and powerful strength, she was definitely more dazzling than the female lizard man. Next to the girl was a middle-aged man who exuded a dignified aura. His every movement exuded a domineering aura that looked down on everything. The last person was also a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was dressed in black and as cold as frost. He had been playing with a dagger in his hand. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that the dagger was not an ordinary item. He suddenly became vigilant. These people might not be warriors from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If they weren't, then where did they come from? He had a vague guess. In front of these 4 people, the female lizard man suddenly seemed a little tacky. Although this female lizard man was not weak at all. But the aura of these 4 people was too strong. Any one of them was enough to become the center of attention. When the 4 of them appeared together, they completely became the main characters of the restaurant. The man called Jinxiu got up and walked toward Ling Xiao. The female lizard man held his arm. She looked like a little bird. End of chapter. Chapter 47-43. Brother, sell this kitten to me. The young man named Jinxiu looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He didn't notice anything special about Ling Xiao. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was more cautious when he was outside, so he didn't want to offend people he couldn't afford to offend. This cautiousness allowed him to live longer. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the 4 of them. The 3 martial artists who weren't over 40 years old could only be considered young in the 4 major regions. However, their cultivation had all exceeded the 2nd level of the divine body realm. Sure enough, as he had expected, the identities of these 4 people were probably not ordinary. I'm really sorry. This little thing is my good friend. I'm not selling it. Ling Xiao shook his head indifferently. He knew that the 4 of them weren't simple. After all, although the 4 of them tried their best to keep a low profile, they still naturally revealed a sense of arrogance. After all, they were very strong. Especially the young man named Jinxiu. His strength had already reached the 5th level of the divine body realm, which was comparable to the 4 supreme kings. The other 3 were also at the 4th level of the divine body realm. Regardless of whether it was Yang Shuyi, Huang Jinyu, or Raymond, they were all older than them. Where did they come from? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. He was here to complete the mission, not to cause trouble. He really didn't want to be enemies with these guys. No one from the great Emperor Palace noticed anything unusual, although they found it strange that there were other humans in the crack. However, through the spirit mirror, they couldn't see the other party's strength. Unless Ling Xiao fought with the other party, they would be able to deduce something. Brother, how much is it? You can name your price. Whether it's spiritual stones, dharma treasures, or cultivation technique manuals, just name it. Even if you want a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon, it's not a problem. Young Master Jin Xiu looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. He believed that no one in the 4 regions and 9 worlds could resist the temptation of a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. This was because only a top-notch emperor weapon was worthy of owning such a weapon. The martial artists in front of the spirit mirror were stunned. Where did this person come from? How could he casually exchange a 9-dragon patterned monarch weapon for a cat? They also thought that Ling Xiao would definitely choose to exchange for it. After all, it was an emperor weapon with 9-dragon patterns. Perhaps only those who truly understood Ling Xiao would understand that Ling Xiao did not care about the emperor weapon with 9-dragon patterns. When this person said this, Ling Xiao was even more certain that these 4 people were definitely not cultivators from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Could it be from the eternal desert? Ling Xiao frowned. This was not impossible. It was said that it was very difficult for martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to enter the eternal desert, but martial artists from the eternal desert could come out. In the past, Ling Xiao was fortunate enough to meet 3 of them. You're quite generous, sir. However, I've already said that I'm not selling. Would your excellency sell your loved ones to a stranger? Ling Xiao's face gradually darkened. He had already said that the white jade cat was his friend, but the other party still wanted to buy it. This was clearly looking for trouble. What if I insist on buying it? Young Master Jin Xiu sneered. He, a 5th-level divine physique echelon cultivator, was willing to use an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns to exchange with a lizard man at the core-shattering realm. He was already giving the other party a lot of face. However, the other party did not seem to want any face at all. Kid, know your place. You can get a treasure that others yearn for even in their dreams. It's better not to be too stubborn. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. If you don't want the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, then what about the sage-grade cultivation technique? The middle-aged man spoke. He was the oldest among the 4 people, but he was just over 100 years old. In the restaurant, there were many lizard men drinking wine. They did not seem to want to meddle in other people's business and were just watching the show. It was obvious that they knew where these 4 people came from and how strong they were. Therefore, they looked at Ling Xiao with pity in their eyes. Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man and smiled faintly. You should say this to your master. It's better not to be too stubborn when you're outside. Otherwise, if you offend someone you shouldn't offend, you'll know what a tragedy is. Bastard. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. This ugly lizard man actually mocked his young master. He was courting death. As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, young Master Jin Xiu stopped him. After all, this was the lizardman's tribe. It would be very troublesome to kill a lizard man here. It just so happened that Ling Xiao was disguised as a lizard man. Kid, apologize immediately and hand over the kitten. If you do, I can pretend that I didn't hear anything. Young Master Jin Xiu's expression was extremely gloomy and his voice became sharp. Since he came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, those who spoke to him in such a manner were all dead. He could not remember how many people he had killed. Ling Xiao smiled. I know you're from the eternal desert, but so what? Do you really think that you're invincible with your little strength? I'll give you a chance. Take your people and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll know how terrifying the 4 regions and 9 worlds are. Young Master Jin Xiu was stunned when he heard this. The other party had actually guessed his identity. Since he had guessed it and turned a blind eye to it, what did this mean? Could it be that this ordinary-looking lizard man was actually a hidden expert? Young master, this person is just bluffing. Don't be fooled by him. The middle-aged man reminded him. You're right. Young Master Jin Xiu smiled. Suddenly, he looked at the white female lizard man beside him and said, What will happen if I kill him? It doesn't matter. This is our tribe. My father has the final say. The female lizard man smiled. Good. That's all I need to hear. Uncle Zhong, take care of him. Young Master Jin Xiao was too lazy to deal with such a bluffing person because he felt that it was unnecessary. The other party was not worth it. Understood. The middle-aged man obviously listened to young Master Jin Xiao. Big brother Jin Xiao, why go through so much trouble? It's just a disobedient lizard man. Just leave it to me. Just as the middle-aged man was about to make a move, the white female lizard man spoke. She was at the second level of the divine physique echelon. She was not weak. Therefore, she was very confident that she could kill this guy who overestimated himself. He dared to make the man she liked lose face. This was a capital offense. I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, someone will die. Ling Xiao reminded her. Of course someone will die. Because the one who will die will be you. The female lizard man sneered. If you obediently hand over the white jade cat, not only will you get a treasure, but you will also be able to make friends with a genius like Big Brother Jin Xiao. You will also be able to gain the favor of this princess. Unfortunately, your stubbornness has caused you to miss a great opportunity. I can only say that your life is really bad. The female lizard man said contemptuously as she approached Ling Xiao. She did not take Ling Xiao seriously, just like how the others did not take Ling Xiao seriously. But she held young Master Jin Xiao in high esteem. End of chapter. Chapter 47-44. As the daughter of the chief of this tribe, the female lizard was obsessed with young Master Jin Xiao like a fangirl. Given his character, he won't live for long. With your character, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. Why should I befriend him? Moreover, would I betray my friends just to befriend the rich and powerful? Such a person will only be despised by others. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. The female lizard sneered, and a ferocious aura of a wild beast suddenly erupted from her body. Ling Xiao seemed to see a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced toward him. Even martial artists of the same level would probably lose their fighting spirit due to fear if they encountered such a terrifying opponent. Ling Xiao also discovered that this white female lizard seemed to be very proficient in soul mystic arts. Her physical body was a natural material for casting spells. The soul mystic arts she cast would be 2 to 3 times stronger than those of ordinary martial artists. There were probably many martial artists who had died in the hands of this female lizard. Just as Ling Xiao was pondering, the illusory giant beast turned into a physical entity and pounced toward Ling Xiao. It was actually a giant python formed by a mystic art. Ling Xiao was really curious. This female lizard princess was already so powerful. She actually held young Master Jin Xiao in such high regard. How strong was young Master Jin Xiao? After all, cultivation was only one aspect. For him, cultivation wasn't the only thing that mattered. Facing the female lizard's mystic art attack, Ling Xiao still didn't have any intention of standing up. He held the wine cup in one hand and used the chopsticks to pick up food with the other. At this moment, a black light shot out from his right heavenly demon eye. The black light transformed into a heavenly demon body. It actually tore the giant python to shreds. The female lizard was shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, her soul was still injured. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. This guy actually knew soul mystic arts and was so powerful. The female lizard was shocked. Young Master Jin Xiao, who had returned to his original position, was also shocked. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing and that the female lizard could kill him instantly if she attacked. After all, the female lizard was at the second level of the divine physique echelon, and she was extremely proficient in soul secret techniques. In the end, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he was also injured. What kind of strange situation was this? I will kill you. The female lizard was the princess of this tribe. Now, she was actually injured in front of the man she admired. How could she give up? I advise you to stop. As a fellow lizard man, I don't want to kill the princess of a tribe. But if you dare to attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao shot a cold look at the female lizard. He hated stubborn people. He had already shown mercy and didn't want to cause too much trouble. But the other party didn't seem to appreciate it. You dare to threaten me? The female lizard was about to explode. Once again, he gathered his soul power. An even larger python condensed and pounced towards Ling Xiao in a frenzy. The powerful soul power caused many lizard men in the restaurant to kneel on the ground, trembling. He was terrified of the princess's terrifying strength. Ling Xiao's face gradually turned cold. You asked for it. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold, and a black lotus appeared on top of his head. A demonic Buddha sat on top of the lotus. Kill. The demonic Buddha blasted out a palm. In an instant, the python that was 10 times stronger was torn apart again. Not only that, the palm continued forward and blasted into the female lizard's spirit realm. The female lizard held her head and screamed miserably. Her entire spirit realm had been shattered. Her soul was collapsing. She would really die in less than 10 seconds. Save her. Young Master Jin Xiu said to the woman beside him, and then looked at Ling Xiao. What a vicious method. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But no matter who it is, the 4 of us can kill you in one move. Ling Xiao was still sitting there. He didn't even look at the female lizard. He just smiled and said, Your cultivation is much higher than mine. I admit that I'm not your opponent now, but if you want to kill me, 100 of you won't be enough. As for the 3 of them, it's even more impossible. Young master, I'll kill him. The middle-aged man stood up, and the aura of a 4th-level divine physique echelon erupted. The violent aura blew the surrounding tables and chairs into pieces, and the whole restaurant was falling apart. All right, Uncle Zhong, you do it. Cut his tongue first, then kill him. I don't like listening to him talk. Young Master Jin Xiu sneered as if Ling Xiao would definitely die if Uncle Zhong made a move. After giving the order, he didn't look at young Master Jin Xiu anymore. Instead, he went to the female lizard's side. He asked the woman who came with him, How is she? Can she be saved? Her spirit realm is almost destroyed, so we can only use that treasure. Only we can save her. If it were anyone else in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they wouldn't be able to save her. The woman replied, It's good that she can be saved. Young Master Jin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. He came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds with a mission. Forming an alliance with the lizard men was the first step. If the female lizard died, his plan would definitely be thwarted. That wouldn't be good. At this moment, he looked at the battle on the other side. The middle-aged man floated in midair, and a terrifying aura pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't breathe under the pressure. He's really trash. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was a little worried before he attacked. After all, this kid was too strange. He was clearly in the 9th level of the core fragmentation stage, but he was able to severely injure a 2nd-level divine physique echelon martial artist with a secret soul technique. Ling Xiao sneered and instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. At the same time, he activated the child god's blood demon array. The 2nd level of the bloody demonic rat was also activated. He also used the Sky Tyrant's possession. It was impossible for him to win against a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist with his original body. He didn't want to expose his trump card in the soul mirror. Therefore, he didn't want to use the body of 3 supremes for the time being. He took out the Void God sword. He planned to use the advantage of his Dharma treasure to fight with his opponent for a while before leaving. It didn't matter if he lost against a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, as long as he didn't die. The violent aura instantly overturned the entire restaurant. Countless drinkers ran out one after another. However, they didn't run far. They stayed there and watched the changes. They couldn't miss such an exciting battle. The Great Emperor Palace was also very lively. Idiot, you're facing a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, and you're still not running? You're courting death. The Thunder King scolded. It was unwise to offend the lizard princess. You could have turned into a lizard man to steal the spiritual totem, but you chose to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. The Punishment King said, So, according to the Punishment King, you're going to hand your friends over? No wonder people say that the Punishment King is heartless. It's true. The Fire King mocked. All right, let's stop arguing. What we should be thinking about now is, are these 4 people really from the Eternal Desert? What are they here for? The Flower King thought further. End of chapter. Chapter 47-45. No matter what the reason is, I can tell that young Master Jin Xiu is up to no good just by looking at his idiotic appearance, the Flame Emperor said disdainfully. Let's remind the others to be careful of this unexpected change. The great Emperor Palace fell silent. No one expected such a special situation to occur in the Golden Sovereign King selection battle. All right, you guys continue watching. I'm going to report this to the Sovereign. This isn't a small matter. The Flower Emperor left first. The rest of the people were still watching the situation through the soul mirror. On the other hand, the performance of the others was temporarily ignored. Your cultivation should be at the second level of the divine physique echelon, right? You're not weak, but you're not worth mentioning in front of us. The middle-aged man, Uncle Zhong, sneered. In the next moment, a blood-red whirlpool appeared behind him. This should be his martial soul. The blood-red whirlpool emitted a thick smell of blood. It made people feel uncomfortable. The blood-red whirlpool continued to expand. People were surprised to find that anything that came into contact with the whirlpool would be turned into blood and merged with the whirlpool. The whirlpool became bigger and bigger, and the pressure became more and more terrifying. The lizardmen in the distance felt an immense pressure. Ling Xiao had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying blood-red whirlpool. Even the flow of his blood seemed to have slowed down. Even the bloodthirsty plague that had always been effective was devoured by the blood-red whirlpool today. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect. A fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist was too strong. He couldn't defeat Bailey Shiwu back then. He wasn't a match for this fellow now. After all, his current limit was the third-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Even then, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Looking at your shocked expression, I know that you haven't seen such a terrifying martial soul before. The 4 regions and 9 worlds aren't that big. It's understandable that the martial souls you've seen are limited. Moreover, how can a lizard man like you understand the power of a martial soul? I've given you countless chances before, but you didn't know how to cherish them. Since that's the case, you should prepare to die. The violent blood-red whirlpool continued to expand and gradually approached Ling Xiao. The surrounding people were afraid that they would be implicated, so they desperately fled further away. These lizardmen weren't weak, but they had never seen such a terrifying martial soul. Uncle Zhong, how can that An understand your words? Just attack. Young Master Jin Xiu waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Uncle Zhong nodded and activated his divine essence. The blood-red whirlpool rushed towards Ling Xiao like a giant beast that could swallow the sky. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take it head-on. He used the golden light spell to avoid the attack. He appeared in the distance. His Tai Chi eye was not to be trifled with. Naturally, he could see that his physical body was unable to withstand this terrifying attack. He had no choice but to dodge. However, even if he didn't take the attack head-on, the threat that his opponent posed to him was still enormous. This caused the potential in his body to erupt once again. In just an instant, the energy in his cultivation rose from nothing to 10% of the 9th stage of the core shattering realm. After the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm was the half-step divine body realm. When he reached that stage, Ling Xiao would be able to possess his own divine essence. The quality of his divine essence was already extremely close to other people's divine essence. It was still unknown how strong his divine essence was. However, it was definitely much stronger than other people's. He could run away, but he couldn't bear to. Young Master Jin Xiu. Just as Uncle Zhong was about to attack Ling Xiao again, an unexpected person appeared. Yu Chun. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Yu Chun was taken away by the Death Spirit Emperor. Today, not only did Yu Chun's strength increase greatly, but her body also emitted a dense aura of death. Behind Yu Chun was a group of lizard men. The leader was the father of the female lizard man just now, the chief of this tribe. There were a total of 13 lizardmen tribes, 6 great tribes, 7 mid-sized tribes. There were also countless villages. The tribe that Ling Xiao came to today was actually one of the 7 mid-sized tribes. The chief of this tribe was only at the 3rd stage of the divine body realm. Young Master Jin Xiu looked at Yu Chun and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to come personally. It seems like the lotus flower thinks highly of you. Yuchen shook her head and said, I'm just the most useless disciple of the emperor. This kid is just a nobody. There's no need to trouble young master and the rest. Just leave him to the chief of the giant hammer tribe. After all, he hurt the chief's daughter. As she spoke, the experts of the giant hammer tribe had already surrounded Ling Xiao. Fine. Young Master Jin Xiu glanced at Uncle Zhong and said, Come back? Yes. The man surnamed Zhong instantly absorbed the terrifying blood-red vortex into his body. The terrifying pressure disappeared just like that. Many spectators heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Jin Xiu looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Lizard Man kid, you're lucky. This young master has important matters to attend to. However, with your strength, it's impossible for you to escape the attack of the giant hammer tribe. Chief of the giant hammer tribe, we've already rescued your daughter. As for this enemy, it's up to you whether you want to kill him or capture him. Let's go. Young master, don't worry. We'll definitely tear this kid to pieces. The chief of the giant hammer tribe was an incomparably powerful lizard man. He was 5 meters tall. He carried a pair of giant hammers on his huge body. This guy obviously had a storage ring, but he carried the giant hammers on his back. He probably wanted to show off how powerful he was. Lowly Ant, if you get to know this young master, you'll naturally benefit in the future. Unfortunately, your stupidity caused you to make a big mistake. This mistake can never be made up for. Perhaps you can only end it with death. Young Master Jin Xiu sneered at Ling Xiao and stepped into the air with Yu Chan. In his eyes, Ling Xiao's death was only delayed by a little. A mantis trying to stop a chariot was extremely laughable. After young Master Jin Xiu left, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. This lowly guy actually made an enemy of the giant hammer tribe's chief's friend. Now that he was surrounded by the experts of the giant hammer tribe, he probably had no chance of survival. What a guy who's courting death. That's right. However, I heard that the chiefs of the 6 major tribes are preparing to join forces with the 9 major forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to hold a summit here to suppress the Golden Sky region. Wasn't it said to be in the chaotic sand ocean? Someone asked. Idiot, that's just a feint. Although the chaotic sand ocean is a neutral zone, the beast deity union there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, their young chief is friends with Ling Xiao from the Golden Sky region. Our damp land is the best location for the summit. The people of the Golden City thought that there was only one great rift, but they didn't know that there were a total of 3 rifts. The other 2 rifts are in the Eternal Emperor region and the 9 Underworlds Devil region. I don't think I can say this. Please don't spread it. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 47-46. No, only the heavens, the earth, you and I will know. The 2 lizard men spoke very softly. Perhaps the people outside the soul mirror couldn't hear them at all. However, Ling Xiao heard them loud and clear. A summit to suppress the Golden Sky region? The 6 major tribes and the 9 major forces? What the hell? Why did it feel like there was a conspiracy? Unfortunately, he couldn't contact the Golden City at the moment, unless the judges there contacted him. Just as he was thinking about this, the lizardmen warriors from the giant hammer tribe started to attack. They tried to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at them indifferently. The strongest person in the giant hammer tribe wasn't the chief. It was a lizard man who carried a sword on his back and looked very similar to him. His strength had already reached the 4th level of the divine body realm. Ling Xiao didn't want to expose his trump card, but he didn't want to be caught either. Therefore, he used the holy ground demonic shadow and went directly into the giant hammer tribe. He was looking for the spiritual totem. This was the key point of the assessment. Moreover, it wasn't the judges who gave the points, but extra points. The Dzundi probably predicted that someone would abuse his power, so he proposed this extra point project. With these projects, Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about being cheated. Kid, don't run. The chief roared and chased after him. A lowly and unfamiliar guy actually wanted to escape from the warriors of the giant hammer tribe. What a fool's dream. Unfortunately, they had a headache in the next moment. Ling Xiao's movement technique was too strange and too fast. They thought that their speed wasn't slow. At least, They were much faster than humans of the same cultivation level. However, they could only watch as Ling Xiao disappeared from under their noses. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. The chief roared. If Ling Xiao really escaped, not only would he lose face, but he also wouldn't be able to avenge his daughter. That definitely wouldn't do. Ling Xiao's cultivation level wasn't as high as the chief and the swordsman who looked like the chief. However, his movement technique was a top-notch 10th level, sacred level movement technique. Therefore, in terms of speed, he was not slower than the two of them. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the totem sacred land of the giant hammer tribe. This was where the spiritual totems were placed. The totem of the giant hammer tribe was a very large hammer. It could allow the warriors of the giant hammer tribe to be born with divine strength, speed up the increase in strength. Originally, the totem sacred land had always been guarded by experts, including that powerful swordsman. However, something special happened today. Several of the warriors were transferred away. It could be said that the guards were empty. Ling Xiao did not say a word and directly rushed inside. Stop! How dare you barge into the Holy Land? Suddenly, 2 lizardmen experts appeared in front of him and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered. He held the Void God sword in one hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in the other. His left hand released the God-defying arts unification form. His right hand released the Beast God swallowing flash. 2 beams of sword light shot out. By the time the 2 lizardmen realized how terrifying the sword light was, it was already too late. They had nowhere to run. Peske, peske. The sound of 2 sword lights piercing through bodies was heard. The 2 powerhouses fell to the ground at the same time. Even if they were not dead, they were definitely seriously injured and unconscious. Ling Xiao did not even look. He rushed straight for the spiritual totem. The giant hammer totem was protected by an array formation, which meant that the lizardman's array formation technology was not bad. However, compared to Ling Xiao's master, the Yuan Venerate, it was far inferior. The Yuan Venerate had only used 3 seconds to break this array formation. Ling Xiao took the totem and placed it in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. He was about to leave when a group of martialists suddenly surged out. These guys were not lizardmen but human martialists. Their appearances were too unique, so Ling Xiao recognized them at a glance. These guys were actually martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. Their strength was not bad either. Everyone, catch that guy. He stole our totem. On the ground, a seriously injured lizardman shouted at the martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Ling Xiao sneered and immediately took out the giant hammer totem. A huge iron hammer appeared in the void and smashed down fiercely. This hammer smashed more than a dozen martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. They had originally wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, their reaction was not as fast as Ling Xiao's. Everyone, be careful. This guy stole the giant hammer totem. He is very powerful. According to Ling Xiao's feeling, the giant hammer totem was equivalent to a 7-dragon inscription's monarch weapon. Its power was very fierce. He reckoned that the totems of the 6 great tribes would be even stronger. Perhaps it was an 8-dragon emperor weapon, or even a 9-dragon emperor weapon. After all, the tribal chiefs of the 6 great tribes were as strong as most of the rulers of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Clearly, the martialists from the Thunder Astral Boundary also knew how powerful the giant hammer totem was. They became very cautious. They only blocked Ling Xiao from afar but did not attack rashly. Otherwise, they would be like those pitiful fellows who had been smashed to death. Why are you so careful? Is it useful? I don't only have the giant hammer totem. Ling Xiao sneered. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he directly released the Dragon God Frost formation. Then, he added the Ocean God Underworld formation. The 2 formations overlapped. There were only about 50 people on the other side, but more than half of them were killed in the end. The rest were all martialists around the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. Perhaps they were from the upper reaches of the Thunder Astral Boundary. After all, even in the Golden City, the Punishment Commander was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. However, his position was very important. At this moment, the giant hammer tribe also arrived. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, they almost went crazy. Kill. Kill him, no matter the cost. The giant hammer tribe chief roared in the crowd. However, in the next moment, he went silent. Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and the finger force that transcended the void directly penetrated the giant hammer tribe chief's skull. Although this guy did not die, he fainted. You want to play? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure turned into a demonic shadow and began to shuttle through the crowd. Everywhere he went, the void god's sword would be stained with a few drops of blood. Ling Xiao only left after killing until the other party did not dare to make a move. He did not intend to kill all those people in the first place, but they were unwilling to let him go, so he only wanted to show his strength. He came to a place where there was no one. Ling Xiao stopped and organized his thoughts. A summit to suppress the Golden Sky region? No matter what it was, he had to go and take a look. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Then, he looked at the sky. Fire Emperor, send me a private message. There's something important. He did not directly say what he heard because he knew that the Punishment King was a traitor. If he said it, the Punishment King would definitely inform someone. Things would become more troublesome and out of control. A moment later, the Fire Emperor sent a message. Ling Xiao told him in detail and asked him to report directly to the D-Zone. No one else was to tell. It was not that he did not trust some people, but he was afraid that the news would leak. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. What do you plan to do? The Fire Emperor asked in the end. Do you still need to ask? Of course, I'm going to their summit to have some fun. It's in the damp land anyway. Ling Xiao said with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 47-47. Ling Xiao. You're Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was talking to Fire Emperor, a few figures suddenly appeared. They were martial artists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. F***CK. I don't want to kill anyone, but you guys are forcing me to silence them. Ling Xiao ended the call and pounced on the three figures. When the three realized it was Ling Xiao, they turned around and fled. But in front of Ling Xiao, could they escape? Nightmare moment. A terrifying nightmare of hell appeared behind Ling Xiao, and the three of them felt dizzy. They immediately fell asleep and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao struck with both swords. He killed two of them at the same time. The third person had already woken up from his coma. It seemed that there was some special method. Otherwise, he would definitely be unconscious for 30 seconds. It wasn't time yet. The moment the man woke up, he fled frantically. He displayed his movement technique and was like a whirlwind. Since you're here, don't leave. A cold voice suddenly came from behind the martial artist. The martial artist trembled all over. He had already used all his strength and used all his spirit energy to escape, but he still couldn't escape. Just die obediently. I'll give you a quick death. As the voice sounded, the man felt the space around him begin to distort and deform, and his body also began to distort and deform. At that moment, he was horrified. When he wanted to fight back, it was already too late. Bang! The space shattered, and his body directly exploded. All three of them were killed. Ling Xiao changed his location again. He changed his appearance again to avoid being recognized again. Fire Emperor, I'm going to the summit to play. You immediately report this to D-Zune. After speaking, Ling Xiao ended the call. After all, he was talking through soul power. The longer it took, the greater the consumption. It was a headache. Through the conversation with Fire Emperor, he also knew what this so-called fire beacon meant. It turned out that the Abyss Demon Realm, Thunder Astral Boundary, Storm Astral Boundary, and Raging Flame Astral Boundary were still unwilling to let him go. They joined forces with the other 6 forces in an attempt to destroy the Golden Heavens. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Ling Xiao immediately thought of this possibility. He believed that with the strength of those 4 forces, they would not dare to provoke the Golden Skies. Since they dared to do this, there must be someone secretly controlling them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 9 great forces and the 6 great tribes to gather together. After all, after the Golden Sky region destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon region, everyone knew how powerful the Golden Sky region was. Fortunately, the Eternal Emperor region didn't participate in this matter. Otherwise, the Golden Sky region would really be finished. Even so, the 9 major forces and the 6 major clans were enough to make the Golden Heavens pay an extremely heavy price. They might even be destroyed. The Golden Sky region had done him a favor, so he had to repay it. Therefore, even if he couldn't complete the mission, he still had to go to the summit to take a look. If possible, he had to ruin the whole thing. The summit would be held in the ancient imperial city of the Damplands. The ancient imperial city used to be the Lizardmen's imperial city. Later on, when the Lizardmen Empire was destroyed, the ancient imperial city became an ownerless land that was jointly managed by the 6 great tribes. It was naturally the best place to hold the summit. The closer he got to the ancient imperial city, Ling Xiao realized that there were more and more martial artists of all kinds. Apart from the Lizardmen, there were also martial artists from the 9 great forces. There were really countless experts. To Ling Xiao, this place was like a wolf's den. However, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he still had to take a look. Otherwise, even if he obtained the Golden Sovereign's position, the Golden City would probably be destroyed soon. There was no meaning to this position. There were a total of 15 major forces, including the 9th Underworld Devil region, the Raging Flame Astral region, the Thunder Astral region, and the Tempest Astral region. There were also countless small forces that had arrived at the ancient imperial city. Among them, there were simply too many divine physique realm martial artists. If Huang Jindi wasn't included, the overall strength of this group of people had already far surpassed the Golden City. At the Thunder Astral region's encampment in the ancient imperial city, the Thunder Starlord was chatting happily with a young man. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize this young man as young Master Jin Shou. Looking at the Thunder Starlord's attitude towards young Master Jin Shou, he knew that this young man wasn't simple. "How has your master been all these years?" The Thunder Starlord asked carefully. "My master has just made a breakthrough recently, and his cultivation has improved even more. However, as he needs to go into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, he didn't come." The Starlord's demeanor hasn't changed at all. Young Master Jin Shou replied indifferently. Not only did this person look down on Ling Xiao, but he also seemed to be disdainful of the Thunder Starlord. This could only mean one thing. Young Master Jin Shou's background was too powerful. He could even look down on the Thunder Starlord. "Young Master, you flatter me," the Thunder Starlord said with a smile. He didn't feel that he was being looked down upon at all. It was as if the other party's arrogance was normal. If not, it would be abnormal instead. Many martial artists in the Thunder Astral Boundary didn't know this young Master Jin Shou. Therefore, when they saw their Starlord speaking so humbly to this person, they were infuriated. At the same time, they were also very shocked. Who was this person that could make their Starlord be so respectful to him? "Starlord, have you seen the others?" Young Master Jin Shou suddenly asked. "What do you mean, young master?" The Thunder Starlord was a little puzzled. "It seems like you haven't seen them." Young Master Jin Shou smiled and said, "We aren't the only ones who came from our place. There are also many young talents who came to gain experience. On one hand, it's to investigate the lotus flower. On the other hand, it's to broaden our knowledge. Also, the space-time cloister in the world of souls seems to have been destroyed by someone. We all want to see who did it. And whose hands did the Void God's sword fall into? There are actually other young talents? Are they all young master's friends?" The Thunder Starlord sighed inwardly. The 4 regions and 9 realms couldn't be peaceful anymore. This group of bastards came. Not only were they all arrogant, but they were also very powerful. The geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 realms were nothing in their eyes. Some are, some aren't, and some are even enemies. Young Master Jin Shou said indifferently, "With young master's strength, there's no need to be afraid of others. Moreover, young master is already so powerful. What is the reverse god sword? Why did you come to the 4 regions and 9 realms personally?" The Thunder Starlord knew that Ling Xiao had many treasures and knew that Ling Xiao used a sword. However, he didn't know if it was the reverse god sword. In short, it's a treasure that makes people crazy. Even if it's in our place, it will also be a good thing that people will fight for. Young Master Jin Shou didn't elaborate, probably because he didn't want to reveal too much information. The Thunder Star-Lord sighed inwardly. The affairs of the 4 regions and 9 realms were already complicated enough. In this way, things would become even more treacherous. He didn't know if he had made the right choice. Just as he was about to say something, a disciple of the Thunder astral boundary suddenly ran in a panic. Star-Lord, something bad has happened. Why are you in such a panic? What can be more important than the summit? Speak slowly. Chapter 47-48. The Thunder Star-Lord felt that his subordinate had embarrassed himself in front of young Master Jin Xiu, so he reprimanded him. Star-Lord, the 50 men we sent to the giant hammer tribe were all killed. What? This time, even the Thunder Star-Lord couldn't sit still. Although the 50 men weren't the best in the Thunder astral boundary, many of them were at the 1st and 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. It was a pity that they died. It was definitely a great loss to the Thunder astral boundary. The giant hammer tribe did it? His gaze was murderous. No, the giant hammer tribe also suffered a great loss. Hundreds of warriors died. That man smiled bitterly. Then who is it? The Thunder Star-Lord roared. It's an unknown lizard man martial artist. That man replied. Could it be him? Young Master Jin Xiu frowned. Does young Master know the details? The Thunder Star-Lord asked doubtfully. Young Master Jin Xiu briefly explained the situation. The Thunder Star-Lord said angrily, How dare he not give you what you want? Don't worry, I will send stronger martial artists to kill him. I will definitely get that white jade cat for you. No need. Young Master Jin Xiu shook his head and said, I suddenly feel that this person is quite interesting. I want to kill him. He actually managed to escape from the siege of the giant hammer tribe and the Thunder astral boundary martial artists. He even killed so many experts. His strength isn't ordinary. When young Master Jin Xiu said this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He might not care about Ling Xiao, but he was someone who cared about his reputation. How could he not be angry after being made a fool of? At the same time, Ling Xiao, who made young Master Jin Xiu gnash his teeth, had already entered the ancient imperial city. It wasn't easy to find the ancient imperial city. However, because of the summit, many people gathered here. Therefore, it was very easy for Ling Xiao to find the ancient imperial city. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the ancient imperial city, he discovered something. The ancient imperial city was sealed by a powerful array. The soul mirror imprint was completely isolated. In other words, whatever he did in the ancient imperial city wouldn't be seen by the judges of the Great Emperor Palace. What he had done might not be included in the evaluation. Even so, he still intended to continue. He didn't do all this to get a high score. He truly didn't want the Golden Sky region to be destroyed. Moreover, the fact that the Soul Mirror's observation had been blocked might not be a bad thing. This was because he could use the power of the 3 venerables again. This would make things easier for him. After entering the ancient imperial city, Ling Xiao disguised himself as a martial artist from the 9 underworlds. Outside, he had killed a martial practitioner from the demon realm of the 9th Hell Abyss, and carefully copied his martial techniques, appearance, and personality. He looked like a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist from the 9 underworlds. His strength was neither too weak nor too strong. In short, he was the kind of person who wouldn't attract too much attention. Upon entering the ancient imperial city, Ling Xiao heard a lot of discussions about the City of Gold, which was his name. It seemed that many people believed that he had a treasure on him. This was also the source of the crisis in the Golden Heavens domain. From their discussion, it was clear that 4 of the 5 people who had entered the Great Rift had been targeted. He was the only one who had avoided the surveillance because he had changed into a lizard man's appearance. No one would have thought that he, the source of evil, would actually come to the ancient imperial city. To the center of this storm. One must know that the most fundamental reason why the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes had joined forces was still him. The Golden Heavens domain was just a bonus. No one else was as bold as him. The ancient imperial city was very big, but there were even more martial artists here. Therefore, the ancient imperial city, which wasn't very bustling in the past, was packed with people these days. Although they were all here to participate in the summit, It was common for martial artists to fight over a disagreement, for choosing a room in a restaurant, for whose food would be served first, and sometimes, the reason for a fight was just because someone took an extra look at another person. Ling Xiao asked around and found out that the summit would officially start the day after tomorrow. This meant that he had 2 days to make some preparations.
Master, you'll have to take action again.
Ling Xiao looked at the fierce-looking martial artists, and a cruel killing intent arose in his heart. He could imagine what it would be like if all these people attacked the Golden City together. At that time, the 3,000 sacred cities would probably be razed to the ground. Therefore, he had to do something. Just tell me what you need me to do. The Yuan Venerate had been very happy these days because Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved quickly enough. This meant that he could return to the Immortal Lyceum sooner. I've observed the situation in the ancient imperial city. There are so many people here, so a small fry like me definitely won't be able to cause much trouble. However, if you set up a killing array in the ancient imperial city, Master, at the very least, you'll be able to kill a lot of people, right? Ling Xiao said faintly. You're ruthless, kid, but I like it. Other people might not be able to do this, but I can. The Yuan Venerate said confidently. Setting up a killing array in the ancient imperial city was extremely difficult for others. Although the ancient imperial city wasn't as big as the Golden City, it was still very large. It was simply impossible to set up such a large array in a short period of time. Furthermore, the ancient imperial city had been heavily guarded over the past few days. To be honest, setting up a killing array under such circumstances was a rather difficult task. However, the Yuan Venerate could do it. This was because he came from the Immortal Lyceum and was an array master that even kings of sovereigns were wary of. Master, you're still the best. I really haven't reached that level yet. Ling Xiao chuckled. Stop flattering me. Hurry up and do it. This might consume a lot of spirit stones. You might even have to give me a few of your 9-dragon-patterned emperor weapons. If you want the power of this killing array to be strong enough to crush these people's schemes, you'll have to do it. You have to bear the cost. The Yuan Venerate said, No problem. I'll provide the items. Ling Xiao nodded. As long as he could protect the Golden Sky domain, he would be able to obtain a 10-dragon-patterned emperor weapon. The value of a 10-dragon-patterned emperor weapon exceeded 10 9-dragon-patterned emperor weapons. He definitely wouldn't lose out. Furthermore, although the judges didn't know what he was doing, the D-Venerate would definitely know. This way, the D-Venerate would only trust him more. When the time came, would he still have to worry about not getting any benefits? Alright, it's easy as long as you have the items. There's a secret passage under the ancient imperial city. Let's set up the array in the secret passage. Not only will it be harder to detect, but its power will also be more terrifying. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Ling Xiao had already used his Taiji eye to observe it. There was basically an underground city under the ancient imperial city. The Lizard Man royalty had probably been worried that they would be surrounded and killed, so they had set up these secret passages. Now that the secret passage had been sealed, it was simply impossible for ordinary people to discover it. If it weren't for the Taiji eye, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to detect it so easily. Without further ado, the two of them headed towards the nearest entrance. There's someone here. When they were near the entrance, they suddenly saw a few young martialists. Chapter 47-49. These martialists wore strange black battle robes embroidered with the sun and moon. They were definitely not martialists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They were young, but all of them were very strong. One of them, like young Master Jin Xiu, exuded a natural air of arrogance. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to observe his cultivation, but he couldn't see it clearly. He could only confirm that the other party's cultivation was definitely above the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. He was comparable to young Master Jin Xiu. None of the martialists with him were lower than the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. Could this group of people be from the eternal desert like young Master Jin Xiu? Twin martial souls. After those people left, Ling Xiao frowned. The strongest youth obviously had 2 martial souls in his body. One was as hot as the sun. The other was as cold as the moon. Ling Xiao had met many martialists over the years, but it was extremely rare to meet someone with twin martial souls, especially when he actually had two celestial martial souls. It was really frightening. Celestial martial souls had a strong innate advantage. One martial soul was enough to crush a group of heroes. If the sun and moon martial souls existed, it was even more terrifying. "All right, we can start now," Yuan Venerate said. The Yuan Venerate replied, "Let your external embodiment do some manual labor for me. It's best if there are people in all four directions at the same time. This way, we can ensure that we won't be discovered. There's no need to use them. The undead warriors are enough." Ling Xiao's undead warriors could revive 6 people at a time. However, it didn't mean that the total number could only be 6. They could be revived after a certain period of time. Given Ling Xiao's current ability, he could revive a total of 12 people. In other words, other than the 6 undead warriors who were carrying out missions in the 3,000 sacred cities, Ling Xiao had previously revived 6 undead warriors. The revived undead warriors had reached the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. They were almost as strong as Ling Xiao's 3 venerates. Of course, it was also true that the undead warriors couldn't be compared to the 3 venerates. After all, they were brainless undead warriors. He sent out 6 undead warriors. 4 of them followed the Yuan Venerate to set up the array. The other 2 hid nearby to observe the situation, just in case. According to the Yuan Venerate, it would take at least a day to complete the array formation. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to stay here and wait. Sending the undead warriors to guard this place was the best choice. He planned to take a look around at this time. In any case, with his current identity, no one would be able to recognize him. They returned to the center of the city. Ling Xiao was thinking about where to go. Suddenly, he saw a few familiar faces. Young Master Jin Xiao and his 3 attendants. Young Master Jin Xiao and the other 3 were accompanied by many lizardmen and martial artists from the Thunder Astral Boundary. The tribal chief and the swordsmen of the giant hammer tribe were also present. As expected of a martial artist from the Eternal Desert, there are actually people trying to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao sneered. Since the Thunder Astral Boundary was trying to destroy the Golden Sky region, they were enemies. The giant hammer tribe had already become his mortal enemy. Finally, young Master Jin Xiao was already on his death list. It didn't matter if he was some bullsh *T young master. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Interestingly, young Master Jin Xiao wasn't the only powerful young man present. This fellow seemed to have met his match. There were 3 people standing opposite young Master Jin Xiao. One of them was a young man dressed in green. He carried 2 swords on his back. He was obviously a swordsman. However, at this level, almost everyone had a storage ring, but this person carried 2 swords on his back. He was obviously very satisfied with his identity. Swordsmen were sharp and courageous no matter where they went. They were like unsheathed, peerless weapons that made the people around them tremble in fear. This person's cultivation was similar to young Master Jin Xiao's. They were both at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Although they couldn't be compared to the 4 supreme martial artists, they were still on the same level. Apart from them, there seemed to be other martial artists watching the battle nearby. They were also very young. They were also very powerful. One of them, in particular, was wearing a golden python robe and exuding an extremely domineering aura. He was like an emperor. However, he was only in his 30s. He seemed to be even stronger than young Master Jin Xiao and the swordsman with 2 swords. There was also a woman beside this person who looked like a fairy. She was even as beautiful as Yu Fenghua. Her white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Her cultivation was probably at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Although she wasn't as strong as young Master Jin Xiao and the swordsman with 2 swords, she was definitely considered extremely powerful in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao hadn't been so excited in a long time. This was because he was basically invincible among the younger generation of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now, he was dealing with some old guys. It was too boring. Only these geniuses could make him more excited. To put it bluntly, the young martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were simply too weak in front of these people. What are these people doing here? Ling Xiao was a little confused. This was obviously an abandoned house. Moreover, it seemed that these people were here for this place. Could it be that this abandoned house actually has some kind of treasure? He couldn't help but think. He planned to observe carefully. At this moment, young Master Jin Xiu glanced over and seemed to be a little confused. This was because he felt a familiar aura from Ling Xiao. However, he couldn't confirm it. He was obviously a lizard man before, but now he was a human. There was also a big difference in their auras. He probably saw wrongly. Young Master Jin Xiu shook his head. He thought that it didn't matter even if he didn't see wrongly. He was just a piece of trash, so he didn't care at all. Even though Ling Xiao had killed many people from the giant hammer tribe in the Thunder Astral Boundary, in his eyes, he was just a tiny ant that he could kill at any time. Young Master Jin Xiu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Perhaps this is fate. The swordsman with two sneered and suddenly released a soaring sword intent, causing the martial artists of the Thunder Astral Boundary to tremble. This sword intent was too terrifying and sharp. He didn't draw his sword, but it seemed like he could kill them. Who has fate with you? Even if we do, it's an ill-fated relationship. Young Master Jin Xiu frowned. This guy in front of him was one of the few people he didn't want to meet the most. He didn't expect to meet him. Did you hear that? Young Master Jin Xiu doesn't like to see you. Hurry up and get lost. Among the martial artists of the Thunder Astral Boundary, a guy with a third-level divine physique echelon cultivation walked out. He was quite strong. Unfortunately, he didn't have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, so he couldn't see through the swordsman's cultivation at all. He actually wanted to attack. Get lost. I'm not interested in a weakling like you. The swordsman with two sneered. Yi Hantian, you're getting more and more arrogant. This is a king stage expert of the Thunder Astral Boundary. Don't go too far. Otherwise, if you anger the Thunder Astral Lord, you'll have to bear the consequences. Young Master Jin Xiu said lightly. His words seemed to be persuading Yi Hantian, but there was a hint of provocation in his tone. It was as if Yi Hantian didn't attack because he was afraid of the Thunder Astral Boundary and was a coward. How sinister. End of chapter. Chapter 4750. Haha, you don't have to provoke me. I'm not interested in this kind of trash. Yi Hantian didn't even look at the martial artist from the Thunder Astral Boundary. He just stared at Master Jin Xiu and said, Don't even think about avoiding today's battle. You're a snob. The martial artist from the Thunder Astral Boundary was furious. He had never been looked down upon like this. With a roar, he activated his divine origin and pounced on Yi Hantian. The violent aura made the surrounding lizardmen martial artists tremble with fear. After all, the lizardmen's overall strength was similar to that of the 4 regions and 9 realms. A third-level divine physique echelon cultivator could be considered a high-level expert. Even so, Yi Hantian still didn't look at him, until the martial artist from the Thunder Astral Boundary was 1 meter away from him. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from his body. It was as bright as the sun. The third-level divine physique echelon expert from the Thunder Astral Boundary didn't even have time to scream before his glabella was pierced. What a powerful strength! Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye captured this incredible scene. Yi Hantian didn't make a move at all. The sword light shot out from his body to attack the enemy. It was amazing. Logically speaking, no matter how strong a person's body was, it couldn't be as sharp as sword aura. He was actually able to release sword chi from his body. Just this point alone was incomparably terrifying. Although he didn't know where these people came from in the Eternal Desert, he could tell how terrifying the martial artists from the Eternal Desert were from their bodies. I didn't expect your gung metal sword aura to become stronger, but you can't beat me with this. Master Jin Xiu looked at Yi Hantian coldly. Haha, is that so? It's useless to say anything. Let's fight. Yi Hantian sneered. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Master Jin Xiu sneered, and a blood-red vortex appeared behind him. This vortex was exactly the same as his subordinate, but it was obviously stronger. It seemed to be his family's martial soul. Of course, the gung metal sword aura isn't enough to deal with you, but my demon sword soul can. Yi Hantian snorted, and a gloomy black aura suddenly appeared behind him. The black smoke swirled around, and a pitch-black, demonic sword phantom appeared. This was his martial soul, the demon sword soul. Just as the two of them were at daggers drawn, a figure suddenly appeared between them. A golden dragon appeared behind him, circling in the air. The dazzling golden light even suppressed the momentum of Yi Hantian and young Master Jin Shou. "Qin Huang, what are you doing?" Young Master Jin Shou and Yi Hantian asked in unison. "Have the two of you forgotten your mission in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? If we allow that lotus flower to come back to life, I'm afraid all of us will be in trouble. This time, shouldn't we first put down our past grievances and unite?" Qin Huang said calmly. If it were any other time, I would have killed you as well if you dared to stop me. But today, I will give you face." Young Master Jin Shou coldly snorted and withdrew his spirit essence. He didn't attack again. Yi Hantian also seemed to be somewhat afraid of Qin Huang and did not continue to attack. Brother Qin's words make sense, but I'm afraid that some people don't want to cooperate at all. Yi Hantian glanced at young Master Jin Shou, as if he didn't dare to compliment young Master Jin Shou's character. "Goodbye." Yi Hantian knew that today's battle seemed to be impossible, so he took his people and left. Ling Xiao saw that there was no more fun to watch, so he walked toward the abandoned old house. He used the Tai Chi just now and found that there was something interesting in this abandoned old house.
Stop!
The moment he stepped into the abandoned old house, young Master Jin Shou's voice rang out. Ling Xiao frowned. Could it be that this fellow recognized him? "Young Master, may I know why you are looking for me?" Ling Xiao stopped, turned around, and asked with a smile. "Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Get lost." Young Master Jin Shou said coldly. Obviously, after being stopped by Qin Huang, he was very unhappy in his heart. At this time, Ling Xiao bumped into the muzzle of the gun. However, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he wasn't recognized. "Young Master Jin Shou, Yi Hantian was right about one thing. Your character is really bad. Why did you bully a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist? Moreover, he seems to be a martial artist from the 9 underworlds. He's also the force that we want to ally with this time." The girl beside Qin Huang frowned and said, "Why is Fairy Qin so moved? You are actually pleading for a piece of trash?" It was fine if Qin didn't speak, but the moment she spoke, young Master Jin Shou became even more unhappy. He had been pursuing Qin for a long time, and they were considered to be well-matched in terms of social status. However, Qin had never treated him well. It was as if he was infected with a virus. Today, she was pleading for a piece of trash. "Don't talk nonsense." Qin Huang frowned. Since he isn't, then it should be fine for me to kill him, right?" In order to satisfy his perverted desire for revenge, young Master Jin Shou waved his hand at the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle Zhong, kill that guy." Ling Xiao frowned. Is he crazy? Does he want to kill someone just like that? His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of coldness. He didn't want to kill anyone, but someone else wanted to kill him. Why should he be polite? Crazy! Ling Xiao scolded. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people revealed a stunned expression. Even the siblings, Qin Huang and Qin, were stunned. This guy is really daring. He even dared to provoke young Master Jin Shou and scold him directly. You really have the guts to say that. However, these few words will make you miserable. Not only will you die, but you will also be tortured to death. Uncle Zhong's voice was obviously cold. In the past, he had met people who scolded young Master Jin Shou, but those people all died tragically without exception, including Yi Hantian. He had no doubt that the young master would deal with that guy sooner or later. Why don't you dare to say it? He's just a piece of trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He can't afford to offend an expert, but he wants to bully a first-level divine physique echelon weakling like me. Your young master is really awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. This guy's words seem to make some sense. The 4 of you, regardless of your cultivation level, are much stronger than him. Killing him is really taking advantage of your power to bully others. If this matter spreads to us, I'm afraid even your splendid mountain villa will be implicated. Your reputation will be tarnished. Qin Huang said with a faint smile. Then what do you think I should do? Let him go? Do you think that's possible? Young Master Jin Xiu said coldly. How you decide is your business. I'm just reminding you. Don't throw your whole family's reputation away because of your momentary pleasure. Qin Huang said indifferently. Young Master, how about this? As long as this guy can survive one move from me, we will let him go. How about it? Uncle Zhong suddenly suggested. This will show that we are generous enough to give him a chance. Moreover, it will shut some people up and not affect the reputation of Splendid Mountain Villa. End of chapter. Chapter 4751. That's a good suggestion. Uncle Zhong, we'll do as you say. If he can withstand one of your moves, we won't kill him. Young Master Jin Xiu sneered. He knew how powerful Uncle Zhong was. As a 4th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist, he could easily kill a 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist with one move. Moreover, the guy in front of him was only a 1st-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. Sigh, young Master Jin Xiu, you guys are really treating boredom as glory. You know that he's only a 1st-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist, so why do you have to do this? You're making yourselves look bad, Qin said with a sigh. Humph. Uncle Zhong, what are you waiting for? Young Master Jin Xiu ignored Qin and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. As for whether Ling Xiao would accept such a method, he didn't even bother to ask. He was just an ant. Fate was naturally decided by people like him. If he wasn't afraid of affecting the Splendid Mountain Villa, he would have asked Uncle Zhong to kill this guy. Why would there be a one-move agreement? Buzz. Suddenly, Uncle Zhong released a terrifying amount of divine origin. This time, he didn't use his martial soul. There was no need to deal with a 1st-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. The powerful divine origin condensed into a huge hand that covered the sky and grabbed at Ling Xiao. An extremely terrifying pressure was released, and Ling Xiao felt as if he was a little chick trembling under that giant hand. His body was about to be squashed by the terrifying power. Since the young master had already ordered him to kill, Uncle Zhong wouldn't hesitate at all. Attack immediately. Ling Xiao felt his potential gushing out crazily. In a short period of time, his cultivation had reached 20%. However, the pressure was too terrifying. He couldn't bear it anymore. He had no choice but to release his sovereign physique. At that moment, he felt much better. How shameless. A 4th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist actually used at least 80% of his power to deal with a 1st-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. How ridiculous. Qin said coldly. Originally, the cultivation gap was so big, and this Uncle Zhong had used almost all of his strength. This was really bullying. Poor kid. This unfamiliar kid is going to die. Shameless? Ridiculous. Qin Fairy's words were truly lacking in standard. When you killed people, did you ever care about the strength of the people you killed? If he couldn't even withstand a single attack from Uncle Zhong, then he deserved to die. There was no need for ants in this world. There are too many ants, and they will even snatch the spiritual qi resources. We should kill them all. Young Master Jin Xiu sneered. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Make your move. Although I don't know where you're from, but you are really too arrogant. Each and every one of them had their eyes on the top of their heads, as if they were already number one in the world. How sad. At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. He looked at Uncle Zhong and said, I'll take one of your moves. Take one of my moves as well. Life and death are predestined. Don't blame anyone else. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think you can still live? How naive. Uncle Zhong laughed wildly and said, Kill. The giant hand that had been condensed for a long time finally fell. The terrifying pressure continued to press down on Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if the sky was falling down. The space seemed to be compressed and flattened. But in the face of this terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao stood there indifferently. He was very excited now. There were so many powerhouses in the world. What reason did he have not to crazily increase his strength? The stronger he was, the more worlds he could see. That way, he would be able to see more experts. Sooner or later, he would trample the most powerful king of sovereigns in the mystic world under his feet. In the face of the giant hand, Ling Xiao gently raised his right hand. A domineering emperor's chi condensed on his fist. Emperor's fist, shattering heaven and earth. He suddenly punched out, and the giant hand that covered the sky was instantly shattered. The originally dark heavens and earth suddenly became bright. Even Uncle Zhong's terrifying aura was torn apart inch by inch and completely disappeared. Huh. Young Master Jin Xiu was stunned when he saw this scene. This ant's punch actually broke the palm force condensed by Uncle Zhong with 80% of his strength. Could it be that he really misjudged today? The Qin siblings were also quite surprised. They thought that Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die after receiving Uncle Zhong's attack. Who would have thought that the result would be completely different? Ling Xiao actually shattered the giant hand that covered the sky unscathed. His body also emitted a horrifying emperor's qi, which was somewhat similar to Qin Huang's. I've taken your move. It's time for you to take my move. Ling Xiao did not give his opponent a chance to refuse. He directly punched out. At that moment, the surrounding time seemed to have stopped. Ling Xiao wanted to break through the cosmic light divine fist in battle. Therefore, he would use this move frequently in the future, until the cosmic light divine fist broke through to the third level. When the cosmic light divine fist was performed, Uncle Zhong was unable to resist at all. After all, Ling Xiao now had the emperor physique. His strength was terrifying, and coupled with the Tyrant sky possession, it would be easy to kill Uncle Zhong in an instant. About 3 seconds later, people were surprised to find that Uncle Zhong's head was directly blown apart. He couldn't be more dead. Ling Xiao stood there with a sneer on his face. Haha, I said that no matter where you come from, you'd better not underestimate the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Otherwise, you'll be miserable. How did he do it? Qin looked at her brother in surprise and asked. At that moment, I seemed to see time stop. Although it was only a few seconds, it was enough for him to kill Uncle Zhong. Qin Huang was also quite surprised. Previously, he just looked down on young Master Jin Xiu's character and thought that Ling Xiao had said a few words. To be honest, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously. But it was different now. Ling Xiao's strength was already considered a top genius in their place. In addition to shock, young Master Jin Xiu was more angry. Uncle Zhong had been taking care of him since he was a child. But today, he was killed. How could he not be angry? Anger was the easiest way to make a person lose their ability to think calmly. I'll kill you. With a furious roar, he charged towards Ling Xiao. The people of Jin Xiu Villa are really shameless. Just now, they said that they would each attack the other party and that their lives would be up to fate. Now, they actually went back on their words. How embarrassing. Qin Huang sneered. He killed Uncle Zhong, so he must die. Today, no one can stop me. Young Master Jin Xiu did not care about what Qin Huang said. He released an aura that was much more powerful than Uncle Zhong's. A blood-red vortex appeared behind him. In extreme anger, he was ready to go all out. Otherwise, if he could not kill this ant, it would be a joke. At that moment, the entire sky was dyed red. The violent blood-red storm surrounded Ling Xiao and was about to crush and tear Ling Xiao apart. Complete destruction. At the center of the blood-red storm, Ling Xiao felt a lot of pressure. He had already decided to use the Tao of Fusion. If he could fuse the 3 Tao of Fusion, he could even kill young Master Jin Xiu. End of chapter. Chapter 4752. Ling Xiao was about to use the Tao of Fusion. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt the Crimson Blood Demon Sword vibrating excitedly. Therefore, he changed his mind and took out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. In that instant, the Crimson Blood Demon Sword released a shocking killing intent. The bloody storm was actually shattered by this killing intent. In an instant, it disappeared. You're just a... Ling Xiao revealed a mocking sneer. I don't believe that I can't kill a lowly ant like you. Young Master Jin Xiu was obviously angry. He released an even stronger divine energy, and the bloody storm became even more terrifying. It wreaked havoc on the long street. Many onlooking martial artists fled. If they were caught in the storm, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. That guy is a little strange, Qin Huang suddenly said. Could he be a martial artist from where we came from? Qin asked. I'm not sure about that, but he's definitely not just at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Qin Huang shook his head and said. At this moment, young Master Jin Shio's attack fell. Even an ordinary 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be suppressed by the attack this time. Unfortunately, he didn't understand that the bloody storm had been destroyed by the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Perhaps it would be better for him to choose another move. This was a true one-track mind. He was hopeless. Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash. Ling Xiao held the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and released a blood-red sword light. The sword light pierced the center of the storm. The storm was torn apart like a balloon, exploding with a loud bang. The shockwave destroyed a large area of the buildings on both sides of the street. What? Young Master Jin Shio's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. In fact, his face was twisted beyond recognition. He was a 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, but he couldn't take down a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist. It was really annoying and embarrassing. Young Master Jin Shio was burning with anger. He released his terrifying aura and activated 90% of his power. That's enough. At this moment, Qin Huang stood out again. The golden dragon roared and suppressed young Master Jin Shio's aura. He had no choice but to stop. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to put away the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and retreated. The commotion here was too great. The experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds would definitely notice. He didn't want to be recognized. Qin Huang, you want to stop me from taking revenge? Young Master Jin Shio roared angrily. The 2 people beside him were also ready to help. Do you want to destroy the entire ancient imperial city? If he wanted to take revenge, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Stop causing trouble in the ancient imperial city. Besides, you were the one who asked Uncle Zhong to do it. Now that he's dead, it's all your fault. You actually have the face to talk about revenge. You really don't find it embarrassing? Qin Huang didn't give young Master Jin Shio any face and spoke very directly. Embarrassing? If the one who died was your sister, wouldn't you be the same as me? Young Master Jin Shio roared. It's precisely because of this that I didn't stop you the previous 2 times. Because I think it makes sense for you to want revenge. However, you, a 5th-level divine physique echelon expert, actually couldn't kill a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist with 2 attacks. Don't blame me for being honest. You're really trash. Qin Huang said calmly. You're right. Ling Xiao sneered and said, a 5th-level divine physique echelon expert can easily kill a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist with just 10% of his strength. However, I'm only at the 1st-level divine physique echelon. You've already used 50% of your strength, but you still can't kill me. If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame. You actually have the face to show off? Do you really think you're strong? You're just basking in the limelight of cultivation resources. If I'm not wrong, the concentration of spiritual energy at your place is more than 10 times higher than here, right? Young Master Jin Shio was furious. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's words were completely correct. As a 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, he had already used 50% of his strength, but he still couldn't kill a 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artist. It was indeed embarrassing. The reason why his cultivation was so strong was indeed because the concentration of spiritual energy at his place was much higher. Not 10 times, but 100 times. So what? I still have full confidence that I can kill you. In front of me, you're still a laughable ant. Young Master Jin Shio said coldly. Is that true? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You said that only because you don't understand me. Do you think I'm a weakling? Do you think I'm a lowly ant? That's why you can show off in front of me. However, do you really think you can kill me? Don't forget that I can kill your subordinates with a single move. That doesn't mean I can't kill you with a single move. The reason why I didn't kill you is because of the summit the day after tomorrow. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't look down on others either. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. I believe that your elders sent you out to train because they think you're a frog in a well. You don't know how cruel the outside world is. Ling Xiao's words made everyone around him ponder. Even Qin Huang was stunned. Could it be that this person really has the strength to kill young Master Jinxiu? If that was the case, he shouldn't have stopped him just now. Young Master Jinxiu would die 100 times over. However, he couldn't make a move. Since you said so, let's fight again after the summit. How about it? Of course, young Master Jinxiu couldn't take this lying down. He wanted to prove that he wasn't a frog in a well. He wanted to prove that he was strong. All right, you can decide the location and time. Just don't die before then. Ling Xiao sneered before he suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared. What a powerful movement technique! Qin Huang and young Master Jinxiu were shocked once again. They had thought that it was impossible for such a powerful movement technique to exist in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, the truth seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao didn't leave. Instead, he entered the depths of the abandoned house. However, he had been in his shadow warrior form all this time and had restrained all his aura, so no one could detect him. There were indeed treasures under the abandoned house, but they were also sealed by an array formation. This array formation was extremely complicated. Given Ling Xiao's level, he could definitely break it, but it would take him at least 7 days. He simply didn't have that much time. However, if it was a Yuan Venerate, he might be able to solve it in an hour. Therefore, he still had to wait. He would come here to retrieve the treasures after the Yuan Venerate finished setting up the killing array. Who is it? When Ling Xiao walked out of the abandoned house, he suddenly sensed that someone was following him. He was shocked. He was in his shadow warrior form, yet he had still been detected. This was too ridiculous. Don't panic, it's me. A familiar voice was heard. Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Di-sun, what are you doing here? He couldn't help but be stunned when he saw what was behind him. It wasn't a person, but a demonic beast. It was a ferocious tiger. Haha, not bad, little fellow. You actually managed to detect me. Huang Jindi's voice came out of the tiger's mouth. He was really not used to hearing it. I'm naturally here for the summit. End of chapter. Chapter 4753. Overlord. How did you end up like this? Ling Xiao curiously looked at the tiger in front of him and felt that this tiger indeed had Huang Jindi's aura, but it wasn't as strong as when he was in the Great Emperor Palace. I can't leave the Great Emperor Palace for some reason, so this is only about 1/10 of my strength and 1/10 of my divine soul power. Huang Jindi smiled bitterly. If I could come out, I wouldn't have let Huang Jinding mess around like that. I see. He had always been curious. Huang Jinding had clearly done something that violated the laws of Golden City, but Huang Jindi didn't mention it. Now it seemed that Huang Jindi was helpless. Overlord, are you here to destroy the summit? Ling Xiao asked. Others have joined forces to destroy my Golden City. As an overlord, how can I not take action? But I need your help with this matter. From today onwards, I will temporarily follow you. You are the next Huang Jindi. Nothing must happen to you. Huang Jindi explained. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by me. Or rather, I implicated Golden City. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Huang Jindi was so protective of him that he felt a little embarrassed. That's not right. Your appearance is not a disaster for my Golden City. On the contrary, you are the hope of my Golden City. Although the process may be a little difficult, but everything will be fine once it is over. Huang Jindi smiled. Since you said so, I won't be pretentious. Ling Xiao said, but I'm afraid that Lotus Flower's shadow is behind this matter. Lotus Flower's move is brilliant. No matter who wins or loses, it's inevitable that we will kill each other in the end. In the end, he will be the fisherman who benefits. Since you can see through it, then we must destroy his conspiracy. Huang Jindi said, that's true, but destroying Lotus Flower's conspiracy is more difficult than destroying the 9 major forces and 6 major clans. How many people will listen to me? What's more, I'm just guessing. I don't even have evidence. Ling Xiao shook his head. Of course it's impossible to make everyone believe you. But there must be some people in the 9 major forces and 6 major clans who are willing to believe you. It's enough to unite these people. Those idiots who refuse to realize their mistakes are dead. With me by your side, you can be at ease and do whatever you want to do. Huang Jindi smiled. That's true. We should unite all the forces that can be united. We can't kill them all just because of temporary hostility. Ling Xiao nodded and had an idea in his mind. Huang Jindi's bodies as. Unexpectedly, he heard something that raised his spirits. Have you heard? Last night, the base of the 9 underworlds demon region was destroyed. A voice rang out. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and glanced at the tiger beside him. The tiger revealed a faint smile. Sure enough, it was done by the ancestor. So powerful. The Nether Demon Master of the 9 underworlds brought many experts here to hold a summit in an attempt to destroy the Golden City. But unexpectedly, the D-Zune destroyed his nest first. How ruthless. The news has been spreading since early this morning. Now it's spread all over the ancient imperial city. The Golden Firmament is indeed an old force. It's still as powerful as it was in the past. Even though it has declined, it's still so domineering and fierce. First, it destroyed the deep-sea dragon realm. Now, it's attacking the 9 underworlds. I wonder who's going to be the next unlucky one. In the past few hundred years, the 4 regions and 9 worlds have been very peaceful. Although there are some conflicts between them, there has never been a case of anyone being destroyed. I didn't expect that 2 major forces would be destroyed in just a month. And they were all done by the Golden Firmament. It's said that except for some people who turned to the Golden Firmament, the rest were all killed. The 9 underworlds demon realm has fallen this time. Although the higher-ups are fine, it's very difficult for them to develop to their current scale. Can you blame them? The 9 underworlds demon realm joined forces with the other 8 major forces to encircle and annihilate the Golden Firmament. They're not stupid. They definitely have to make the first move. It's impossible for them to sit and wait for you to kill them. Such a topic was already everywhere in the ancient imperial city. In one night, the 9 underworlds demon realm, who declared that they would destroy the Golden Firmament, had their nest destroyed. This was really shocking. At this time, the 9 underworlds demon realm and other forces were still preparing to hold a summit in the Dampland to think of a way to deal with the Golden Firmament. Did they not think that the Golden Firmament would sit and wait for death under such circumstances? Our 9 underworlds demon realm hasn't been destroyed yet. The Golden Firmament will definitely pay a heavy price for this. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. This person was wearing the black uniform of the 9 underworlds demon realm, which made many people shut their mouths, because this person was very strong. As a higher-up of the 9 underworlds demon realm, he came here for a meeting and escaped a disaster, but it was still extremely unpleasant to be discussed about the destruction of their nest. Ling Xiao secretly smiled. Even if the 9 underworlds demon realm can take revenge, I'm afraid you won't be able to see it. Since the Golden Emperor had already appeared here, it was impossible not to completely eradicate the 9 underworlds demon realm. How could the dignified Golden Firmament, the oldest force in the 4 regions and 9 realms, let these childish forces bully them and not retaliate? The impact of this news was still very big. Almost half of the experts of the Thunder Astral Realm, Tempest Astral Realm, Raging Flame Astral Realm, and other forces left the Dampland and returned to their respective forces. They were afraid that the Golden Firmament's revenge was not over yet. After destroying the nest of the 9 underworlds demon realm, they would attack their nest. So they had to go back. There were also some small forces that wanted to fish in troubled waters that withdrew from the summit one after another. In the past, they thought that the Golden Firmament was finished. But now they realized that the experts of the Golden Firmament were more terrifying than they had imagined. Even if the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes could raise the Golden Firmament to the ground. But the experts of the Golden Firmament might not be able to kill all of them. At that time, perhaps the major forces would not be afraid, but the small forces like them would be miserable. They would definitely suffer endless revenge. Therefore, their only choice was to not get involved in this chaos. They would not choose sides randomly. Of course, there were also those who were bold enough to stay. The 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes were even more unlikely to leave. The stronger the force, the more they wanted to save face. If they were scared by the Golden Firmament and turned around to flee, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, Perhaps the golden firmament's purpose of destroying the nest of the 9 underworld's demon realm was to make an example of them. Everyone. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in the sky. Ling Xiao recognized that it was the nether demon lord of the 9 underworld's demon realm. The figure spoke, his voice like thunder. All the martial artists in the Dampland could hear it clearly. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.